Hi everyone. Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So, tensions are over, right? All settled. So we'll start with showdown pretty quick. So I request all the teams to open your applications, dashboards or applications whichsoever has a GUI or a front-end interface. Let be app, web app or dashboard. Please open it on your laptop or mobile device. Keep it with you. We'll have a panel coming near you to judge your UI UX. This has got nothing to do with showdown.
sure all of our mentors are here. By this point, all of you know that BFHL loves to play Kahoot.
Please only register as with your team names, and jury members and mentors you can register with your own names.
Team names only.
HackRx 3.0. Who's this? Jazz. Who's Jazz? Okay, get ready everyone.
The faster you type, the more points you'll get.
What is the current net worth of Jeff Bezos? What happened to you guys, Team Alexia? Jury members and mentors, you can still catch on.
Who stepped on a bee? What? Really? Again? This is a pop culture reference. डॉग का फोटो भी था.
Team AI Overflow, raise your hands. Nice, nice.
2 questions हुए.
Before becoming a CEO of Lenskart, which company was he working with?
Guess the international web series.
Una mattina mi sono alzato, oh vela ciao, vela ciao, vela ciao, ciao, ciao. Una mattina mi sono alzato e ho trovato lì.
Double points for this question. Who am I? Guess the person in the picture.
One 143.4 million followers on TikTok. Who am I? The faster you do it, the more points you'll get.
Double points again. Who inaugurated Bajaj Finserv TICC, where masterclass was conducted on 24 June 2022? Cheering twins catching up.
ये सब dash है. Who said this dialogue? Shark Tank fans over here. ये तो सबका एक्सपर्टीज होगा.
Double points. On which occasion did Google use this doodle?
Which airline company was recently acquired by an Indian conglomerate?
Double points. How many people are there in HackRx logo? Count.
The faster you answer, the more points you'll get.
Two on either side for those who got 6.
Double points for this question. Who gave this life-changing ज्ञान? बच्चे कोटा से निकल के जाते हैं, कोटा बच्चों से निकल के नहीं जाता.
To type the answer for this one.
You have to rearrange the options in this one. Arrange this world famous jingle.
Final question. One word for HackRx 3.0.
We can see your answers. Remember that.
Nice food. Let's see the winners. Third position, Nudge Fudge. Raise your hands.
Second position, real time terror.
And first position,
Team Phoenix.
raise your hands, Team Phoenix. Big round of applause for these guys.
The prizes will be given at the end of this entire show.
That's all from us. Thank you.
No more Kahoot games for you.
Hello everyone. Hello. Is this a norm that I should repeat it twice before you respond to me? Hello. Yeah. So we are closing to the end of HackRx 3.0. Before that, before we wind down, I would love to know what was HackRx 3.0 for all of you. So please come forward, one or two individual members, not the entire team, and please share with the entire audience here. What do you think about HackRx 3.0? How did it go? Anyone? Is this the energy? This is so bad, guys. Huh. We'll just take one. Tell your college, form statement, and just make it short.
Hello everyone, Ananya this side from Chitkara University. Our problem statement was 6th, e-commerce with AR, try and buy. Honestly, this hackathon was my first hackathon. It was a great experience. I learned a lot of things. First of all, the thing I learned was team cooperation, how to manage things under pressure, and learned a lot of new things, debugging the bugs at the last moment. And I like to thank everyone for giving me this chance. Thank you so much.
So guys, moving forward quick, since we are short on time. Now, I know you're all excited to know who made it into the top 10, right? So in no particular order, I'll start announcing names of teams. Now, for those teams who did not make into this list, please stay here because we have these exciting category awards as well, which are not related to this top 10 list. So in no particular order, Team Morton, Team Serendipity, Artemis, Horizon, Chaitak Pro Max, AI Overflow, Debuggers, Team Elixir, two more teams, Team Phoenix. Any guesses for the next team? Team Developer Brothers. Right, so now we move forward with the showdown. So in showdown, you're expected to pitch here and the jury will evaluate you. Now, this is not as the same as pitchers 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. That's it. So, Team Developer Brothers, we'll go in the reverse order. Team Developer Brothers, please be ready with your presentation in the next 3 minutes. You have 15 minutes, up to 15 minutes with Q&A. Members, jury, please note, you have up to 15 minutes with Q&A. And please try to stick to the time. Right? So, show your final presentation. So, make it 10 minutes for your presentation, 5 minutes for Q&A. Your wish. All right? Thank you. After Developer Brothers, Team Phoenix will be on stage.
Hello. I request all the mentors to be with their team and get their team ready for the final showdown. So Developer Brothers is the one who is going to present, and post that Team Phoenix is going to present. So request mentors of Team Phoenix and Developer Brothers to be with them and make them ready. Thank you. Okay. And for all the 10 teams who are going to present in Showdown, ensure you explain your problem statement number, and the college you belong to. And Team Phoenix is the first team to present, post which we have Developer Brothers. Hello. Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. So we are ready with our showdown. So before we start with the first team, I would like to introduce our jury members today. So we have Anurag Vora, who is CTO at Bajaj Finserv Health, Vivek Kant, who is CTO at Bajaj Finserv Markets, and Dr. Sham Sundaram, who is the Senior Business Head from BFL. Also, our CEO of Bajaj Finserv Health, Devang Modi, will join us pretty soon. So they are your jury members today. So all the best for the top 10 teams, and let's start with a great round of applause.
Hello. Yeah, I hope everyone can hear me. Can someone acknowledge that?
Slideshow.
Great. All right, so we'll get started. First, I just want to introduce, we're Team Phoenix. My name is Yashwan. This is Pratinav, and that's Siddharth, handling the slides. So we're just going to quickly go over what our problem statement is and what our approach is and why we chose to go that way. So our problem statement was, our problem statement was the Snap data set where there was two parts to the data set. The first one was transactions. So transactions were co-purchases. How they defined a co-purchase is, suppose I as a user have selected a product, and in that same transaction I have selected another product. So this is known as a co-purchase. So the other data set that we have is called metadata, which has information about each product. So what we can essentially do with these two data sets is create a directed graph, and each node will have the information that is given in the metadata, and these transaction data will allow us to draw edges from each node. So these are the problem statements. It was very open, so we could choose our own business problems to solve, and these are the ones we thought would be the best. So the first one is, let's say we were given a product, then we would show all the similar products. This was actually provided to us in the metadata, so we extracted that using pandas and Dask, and we showed that. So the second one is we wanted to recommend products. So how did we do this? Our approach was to technically find a product that the user has selected, or in this case, if we're talking about Amazon, maybe they've added it to their cart. So now we check what nodes are connected to this. So basically, what products are connected to this? And of course, you may get 10, you may get 20 connections. How do you know which are the best ones? So we use a metric. We can use set metrics. We can use other correlation metrics. So we decided to go with set because correlation actually does not give us the right, it gives erroneous results due to, suppose I have a sales rank of a high sales rank that is not desirable. So I don't want it to be correlated with another high sales rank because I want a low sales rank. So other metrics we searched for, we found were set metrics. I'll talk about that later. The third approach, Pratna will be explaining that later, is we found the top, we divided the data into 3 clusters based on the confidence level. Now, what is the confidence level? It's basically how reliable or how involved the customer is in a particular segment. So let's say a particular segment had a very high number of reviews and many people found that helpful. So we categorize this as cluster 1, and then medium, and then low. So this low you can interpret as maybe risky products, new products, things like this. So I think we can move on. Right, so this is what I was talking about. This is how our final directed graph would look. As you can see, these are the product IDs and these are the individual nodes. These nodes have been connected using the transaction data. And each node has particular information that we got from the metadata. So these we have called attributes here, and you can see some of the attributes such as a unique number called ASIN, and the average rating, and what group and category it is in. So there's many more information. We showed you a couple there. So we can move to the next slide. Right, so I was talking about our 3 models. Now let's talk about the architecture. So I've talked about what is the input output for each model that we have. So the first one, similarity. So what is the input for the similarity? The product which they have selected, the output would be, let's say, all the similar ones given in the metadata. We found an interesting problem here that some of the nodes were actually disjoint or did not have any data. So we did not feel this made any contextual contribution, so we removed them from the graph, because a node that is not connected to any other graph does not make sense to give similar items. So we directly connected this from the metadata and displayed it. Next, we have co-purchase data. So now we found basically the particular product that the user selected, then all the connected edges. That means all the products that are related to this product. Now, then we found an index, like I was talking about the set similarity index, called a Jacquard index. So we use this Jacquard index, which essentially I can explain it really quickly. It's the number of common neighbors divided by the total number of neighbors. So this will show you how related two nodes are. So by that, we can order actually how similar two nodes are. And that's how we decided which one we'd be selecting when we were recommending those new products. So again, the clustering, I think Prathina will take over for that.
Am I audible now? Okay, so the clustering-based approach was a new idea which we came about. So as we know, like in our data set, we had different products, and in those products, we just have the review information. By that, what I mean, we didn't have the review text, but just the rating and the number of votes people gave to that reviews, along with the number of helpful reviews which we had, like number of people who found those helpful. So from that, what we tried to do is we tried to extract the summation of the number of helpful reviews. And based on that, what we tried to cluster, or we tried to cluster the whole database into 3 parts on the basis of the confidence a user has on a particular item. So basically, what we did was we tried to find out how does the helpfulness of a particular product varies across the data set. And based on that, we divided the data set into 3 parts. First is a very low confidence region or low confidence cluster of items. So these are items which can be new items, or which are like very cheap, or very maybe like spam items which people don't trust much. The second can be like a medium range, and the third is very old or very specific items. A good example of these clusters can be such that let's say Harry Potter books. These. Okay, just 1 second. Okay, so by confidence of a product, what I mean is, say we are in in 2020, and at that time it's just COVID has come, and we have, like, all of us wants masks, right? And what is happening is, we don't care about the brand of mask, we just care about we are getting mask. So we don't care whether a mask is like it has a reliable source or whether it has a reliable brand. So with that, what we're trying to do is, based on the category or based on the confidence of the product we are trying to find out similar products in the similar sort of like confidence region. And we are trying to recommend the like products which have like a high rating and have similar confidence region in the similar subcategories. So with this, we'll be moving on to a live demo, which we prepared.
All right,
yeah,
so
over to you, Yashas.
Yeah, so I was talking about how the product would be the input, and we understood that the product ideas, it's hard to find it. So we have a little search bar. You can search for your product, and it'll give you a drop down. We select something from the drop down. For example, this product is called Running on Eggs. Now we'll run all of these 3 models, and we'll see the output for them shortly. I think it should take, yep, there it is. So if you can scroll down. Here are the similar products, as I was talking about my first model, right? It came from the metadata. These, it's important to note that this was given in the metadata. They're not directly connected. These nodes are not directly connected. Even if you visualize them, you'll see they're quite far apart, actually. But they make contextual sense in, like, for example, fruits or something like that, where they're not exactly connected, but they're contextually connected, like an apple and an orange. You may not seem they have similar characteristics, but you know they're both a fruit. So in that sense. So you can keep scrolling down, and I was talking about the connected edges, how we showed which are the best predictions. Can you scroll up?
Okay, yeah. Adding on to what Yashish said, by all these models, what we are trying to achieve is, say we are at a business platform where we are selling products. So by similar model, what we are trying to achieve is, say we have a user which comes up for a particular product, but he actually wants variety of products to decide whether it's a good place or not. So by using similar products, we are giving them variety as well as giving them an incentive to shop from our platform. Similarly, by giving co-purchase recommendation, what we are trying to do is, we are trying to basically increase our sales per order. So by that, what I mean is, say we are buying AC. So when we are buying AC, it's very like a common thing to buy like an inverter or some shock absorbing things, right? So let's say an installation. So it shows the user that these purchases have been made previously, and it encourages them to increase the order value. Similarly, in the cluster, what we are trying to achieve is, like we are, okay, so based on the cluster, what we are trying to achieve is, we are trying to find the items which belong to the same sort of influence a user has on that, and based on that, what we are trying to do is, we are finding similar items on the same subcategories, so that user has the same experience all over around. Okay.
All right. All right, so thank you. We learned a lot from this experience. If you have any questions or anything, feedback.
So you have actually, you worked on the data that was provided with the problem statement?
Okay, so with us, what happened was, we were provided a set of data sets. So we had to come up with our own problem statements with the set of data sets we have.
Okay. Now, between the three models,
Yes, sir.
are you, are you trying to solve the same problem with three models or different problems?
Okay, so it's basically a different problem. Say when we are going to Amazon, what we are trying to do is, we want to find like similar items. Based on that, we are considering our decision. Similarly, we want to find like similar items which people buy. Say you're buying a mobile phone, it's very obvious of you to buy a cover as well as a mobile guard. Okay. So that we are solving. In a similar way, what we are trying to do is, with the the cluster purchase, so that a user, say, buys something like let's say a Dio only. So he wants to retain that same experience. So by that, what we are trying to achieve is, we are dividing into clusters, and say a product has a good review. So it's a part of a highly valued cluster. So we are recommending user the products which are belonging to the same cluster, so he has that same experience and he returns to our platform to shop again.
Okay, thanks.
I think good work. If you had, what was the most difficult thing, technical aspect, that you learned in the last, 24
Of course,
hours?
the biggest issue is always the size of the data. And this is first or second experience dealing with data at this size. So for the example, the clustering, it was really difficult to do clustering for such a large data set. So we had to experiment whether we could define some thresholds by ourselves and plot the distribution and see if we could make these clusters ourselves and they were giving good results or not. Because realistically speaking, drawing the cluster or making the cluster of those many data sets takes too long and is not feasible in any product that we can make.
Okay. Just one thing, so adding on to it, like always we have some sort of data, but the main job which we found interesting or challenging was to bring out insights out of those data. Like we had those reviews and information of the reviews, but to come up with a solution which included the helpful reviews and to cluster them into different clusters and recommend products based on that so that a consumer has the same experience was like a new thing, like which we couldn't thought of before coming here. We just explored this while exploring the data set in general.
So can you share some insights that you learned with the data that you had? Or
I'll go ahead. So basically we found many things, like I talked about those disjoint nodes as well and how we had to remove, in one particular data set, we almost had to remove 1/5 of the nodes. So that shows that most of these nodes are one-offs. And especially when you look at a big e-commerce platform, it may not be evident that you think maybe everything is connected to everything. But there are a few products that we found are one-offs and they're not connected to much. Also, we found when we're looking at each product ID, they seem to be strongly connected. And what I mean by that is nodes that have a lot of connections are connected to other nodes that have a lot of connections. So essentially, when we're clustering, we see big groups all over. So we can have clusters within clusters. So this makes it very easy, even in the future, if we can figure out a way to classify these clusters and you want to do some exploration, you don't actually have to traverse the entire graph. You can only go to that subgraph or the cluster and do your evaluation, which will save cost.
Just one more second, sir. Adding on to it, like one more thing which we did, actually observed was there was a lot of spam products which were there. Like they might be new products, or they were products which had a certain amount of rating, but they were mostly like bad ratings or had a negative experience to the user. So these were like two things, what Yasha said and what we encountered together, so that we could recommend, like we took care of that to recommend new products to the user.
All right, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Hello. So guys, as it has been told in several rounds, in features 1.0, 2.0 and 3.0 over the time, when you need to talk about your problem statement. But here the jury would be more keen to see your running prototypes. So spend less time on presentations and more time on running prototypes. That's what the main criteria would be. Next team we have Developer Brothers, HackRx 2.0 winners of last year. So please give a round of applause for Developer Brothers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our problem name is setting up in-app nudges, and our team name is Developer Brothers. So my name is Chaitanya Munje, and he's my brother Chinmay Munje. In today's presentation, we are basically focusing on setting up the in-app nudges within our application. So what are basically the nudges? That is in-app nudges. So in-app nudges are basically used to grab the attention of the user within the application to prompt the user to accept that specific offer. There are different types of nudges which we can use to attract the user for using that specific feature, such as the beacon or a blinker or any different types of nudges. There are various different types of nudges which we can use. So for configuring this nudges, it is very easy to make these nudges. But to manage these nudges is not very much easy. So for displaying these nudges, we have to get the position of that specific component, and on that we have to display that nudges. So next. So this is the diagram which tells the platform that how is the structure of the nudges. So there is a web app and an Android app. From that we can directly contact to the server and get the data related to nudge which we have to display from the server through the admin, and we can display that within our application. Now moving towards the demonstration of our application. So we have created basically two applications. The first one is the admin one, and second one is the user application. So in the admin application, we can simply configure the UI of the nudges, and then we can display that within our main, that is the user application. So inside this, there is a spinner from which we can select the UI component where we have to specify. So we have read the complete UI from the mobile, that is user application, and take out that components within our database and saved it. And we are displaying that within our admin application. We have currently selected the component, that is, we have selected a component one, then we will be specifying the message which we have to display in the nudge. So we have specified message as hello. Then we have to simply select the color, that is the background color for our nudge. Then we will be selecting the text color. Yeah, type the message, hello HackRx. Yeah, and as we click on the send, we can get to see the nudge which is displayed on the wallet section, as we have added the nudge on the wallet. So in that case, we have been displayed in the wallet section as a nudge. So similarly, we can display the nudge on the different sections as we have configured the IDs for that sections. So we can display nudge. Apart from that, we have also added the one more type of a nudge, that is a blinker. So just click on the blinker button. And here also we have to specify the position where we have to display that specific blinker. And then we have to select the color of which type, that is the color of the blinker. Then simply send this nudge and we can get to see blinker on that specific nudge as well. So here we can get to see the nudge on the loan repayment section. So this is basically, we have configured the two types of nudges within our applications. Yeah. Any questions?
Sorry. How would you do an event-driven nudge on the admin? So right now, if I did some action,
yeah,
maybe I click something, can I do a nudge like that on a particular event?
Means on a specific event, if
Yes.
a user performs a payment event.
Or something. Or let's take for example, somebody clicked a wallet.
Okay, okay.
Then can I do a nudge on your, how do I configure that on your?
Yeah, so for that, what we were thinking in this app, we have not integrated it. We can integrate it with the help of a Firebase. So in Firebase, there is a service called in-app message. In that, we can specify the event on which we have to display the nudge. And after triggering that event, we can get the response of the in-app message within our application.
In your example, you have taken the admin app on the mobile.
Yeah.
But ideally, this would be a more administrative console on a portal kind of thing, or what's your plan?
So for the testing, we have developed a simple mobile application, but we can go with the web app or web portal for displaying, configuring that nudges as well.
Have you thought of if there can be rule-based nudges? For example, if somebody waits for 3 seconds on a payment page, we put up a nudge, the time running out or offer running out or things like that. Have you thought of rules or time-based nudges as well in a particular scenario where the nudge, if the rules get satisfied, the nudge gets fired?
Yeah, we can do that as well. So in that, what we can do is we can create a service for that and then trigger the duration of the user, that is the how much time the user is present on that specific page, and according to that we can display that nudge.
See, this was built for 3-in-1 app, and this has, I think, over 30 million users.
Yeah.
So how do you think that when you said service will be taken, how will that scale to 30 million? If I have to wait and calculate for 30 million users, 3-second wait and then trigger a nudge.
Okay.
Will it work, or do you think you have to handle it in some other way if it has to scale?
Yeah, we might have to handle it in some other way as well.
You have some idea about that?
Not right now.
Okay, no worries.
No, good.
Thank you.
This screen you made from scratch?
Yeah.
By looking at the app?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Team Alexa, and I would request debuggers to be here after this presentation. And there will be a buzzer after 10 minutes so that you all stick to the time. 8 minutes there will be a first buzzer and 10 minutes there will be a second buzzer. So that you should be ready that when exactly you need to finish the presentation.
You're giving marks out of what? 10. Okay. I'm not sure. That's why I was dividing it by 10. कैसा था energy overall? I saw 4 again. Most of them? this field will finish.
Pranav?
What will you do after that? संजीव कितनी टीम को देगा? तो पहले संजीव will come, संजीव will address. उसके बाद में.
It's not Windows, so maybe.
Yeah. But boy, I saw today morning Niladri send me a message 3:30. That's why I was planned to come at 3. So मैं generally called Sachin. कि सब control में गया. बोला सर आप कब आ रहे हो? बोला 3 बजे. बोला नहीं सर dive.
But we have to show our demo also, right? Our demo is also on this.
I called him at 2:20. I quickly got
The
ready.
demo is on this.
कौन है?
It's not Windows. Ubuntu. We can present, but demo is on this.
अनुराग.
Oh. Put it on full screen.
Hello everyone. It's quite loud. Okay. Anyways, so we are Team Elixir, and this is us, right out here. So I'll briefly describe the problem statement. So Bajaj Finserv receives a lot of medical invoices from its customers for its claims, right? And all of these have specific fields and tags which are pinpointed by agents, and they put them into the system manually. So this not only takes up a lot of their time, but also the analytics of these specific invoices is little hard. So by analytics, I mean stuff like fraud detection, right? So I'm going to give you some numbers, right? 200 to 250 claims are disbursed on an everyday basis, and this can easily be increased 10x. Approx of 5 lakh rupees per month is lost due to fraud, poor fraud detection capabilities. And this 100,000 minutes per day is the amount of time that insurance or health insurance agents take up to review these claims and put in the data manually. So if you calculate, according to Glassdoor, 17,623 rupees is the monthly salary that an average insurance agent takes, which is an overhead of about 60,000 rupees if you calculate it per year. So the total potential cost that can be saved if this is implemented is 60,000 per annum. And these numbers are just for this specific use case. We have made something very generic, which can be applied to other use cases as well. Over to you, Gokul.
Hi everyone, so I'll be walking you through our entire Git log. So by Git log, I mean how we started and where we ended. So we started out with a very small data set, but a very big idea. And in our first pitch, we only had half an OCR working. We did not have any kind of handwriting detection working. It was just OCR and printed data. And then by our second pitch, we worked hard and got a handwriting model working. And today, finally, after grinding for 24 hours, we have support for both printed and handwritten invoices with an end-to-end API. So some of the challenges that we faced. So before that, the possible solutions we tried out. First was image processing. The difficulties we first faced were data availability. So invoices contain a lot of confidential data. So it's very hard to get a lot of data sets. And it was also a very time consuming task. So we opted for a unique approach which included text processing. For text processing, we had to do OCR. So by doing OCR, we were able to break down the problem into two different approaches. One was the rule-based approach, and secondly, a learning-based approach. So if I were to talk about some of the challenges, if you can see these were the kind of invoices that we were getting. I'm sure it's pretty clear out there. So for example, here the name, the entire image itself is tilted, as well as the name written down is not very clear. Similarly, all this, the text that is written down is not very clear. So similarly, in that case, the paper is not very well scanned as well. So these are some of the challenges that we faced that we tried to solve using this solution of ours. So tackling the problem our way. So we introduced this new concept called you only look for context. So what I mean by you only look for context is every sentence has a little context to it. So if I were to go only with a rule-based approach, I could give you an example. So John is a patient. So if we put a rule-based approach that if there is patient in the sentence, John becomes the patient. Now I alter the sentence slightly. I write John is a patient's doctor. So there is patient again in the sentence, but John is not the patient here, he is the doctor. So what we are losing out here is context. So we try to implement context into this. So here's a very high-level overview of the entire thing. So we are tackling this problem as two different situations. One is handwritten and printed documents. Handwritten documents are passed through this entire machine learning model, which includes slope detection, text slope detection, because doctors' handwritings are not very legible. So we have to correct the slope to a certain extent to OCR the entire thing. And printed documents are passed right through the Tesseract OCR, and we get the entire word corpus. And this is a magic module. We call it the context module. And along with the context module, we also add little bit rules using the n-grammar and the attention module. And this is passed through some kind of a filter, a classifier, a distilled word classifier, and it's passed through a JSON parser, and we store it in our database server. So here's a quick overview of our handwritten model. So if that is the input image that we're getting, we are first segmenting the page to detect where our handwritten part is. Once the page is segmented, we are segmenting each line. And once each line is segmented, we've developed the model to extract data from each and every line. So it becomes much more easier when we do it as a chunk. Our deliverables, I could show it with a demo of the entire thing. Can I catch the mic? I'll be showing with two separate OCRs. One is for printed as well as for written. So I'll start with the printed OCR first. I'll also open the printed OCR here. So it's not a easy document. There is not one but two different documents together. So it's comparatively harder to extract data. So once we have it uploaded, you can see the data that is being extracted here. I'll highlight it so that it becomes a little bit more clear. So the first tag that I can put it through. So I think it's a little bit more legible this way. So these are all the tags that we're extracting. So this is the entire word corpus from the invoice that we're extracting. we are getting the dates. There are two separate dates that are mentioned, as well as time as well. And the city is Salem. I don't know if you can see, but it's Salem here. There is pin code, there is phone number, and possible service names. And there are two different prices. So since I'd shown the image, there are two separate images. There's one for 300 and one for 430. So you can see 300 and 430 both. So if I were to also show the same for so this is the printed document. This was the same thing that I had shown in the initial slides. The entire image itself is not correct. So we'll try how our model works on this. So again, I'll just copy paste. So as you can see, we are able to extract this here. Right here is the entire corpus of data we are extracting. These are all the names from the invoice that we are able to extract. The city, there is no date that we are getting, pin code, and everything else. So we are also getting possible service options like consulting, or there are a few others. There is tele and so and so. And also the amount. There are two amounts again in the same file, 1,000 and 7,000. I could show the image once more. So there is 1,700 mentioned as well as 1,200 mentioned. So we're able to extract both of this. So this was a very high level overview of our entire project. So this is the accuracy that we were able to achieve. So in case of dates, accuracy in printed is roughly almost 100% in every single case. In case of handwritten, it's 80%. The reason being sometimes the dates or the slashes get converted as ones and i's and so on. Similarly, time is similar in printed. We're able to get 100% accuracy. On handwritten, it's around 85%. Other phone number and pin code is rule-based match, which is a regex match, direct regex match, and rest of it is email ID is 90% and 70% on the other two. So these are the future enhancements that we've thought of adding. So one thing is we'll be adding multilingual support, which will make it easier for rural bills from rural areas to be passed into the system, and fraud detection. Since we have a huge amount of data, it'll be much more easier to detect fraud. As Kushag said, there's a lot of fraud that happens in this domain, and it becomes much more easier when we have the entire data with us. And we also plan on adding support for hospital tags. Say Bajaj has like a lot of input from the hospital, so we can use all this input data and create our own hospital tags. And the most important thing is our scale is scalable to any extent. It is not only for OCR for invoices. We could also use it for any kind of only for hospital invoice. We could also use it for any kind of claim invoice or any kind of OCR for that matter. So thank you everyone, and we are open to questions.
So in the entire process that you showed, what was the hardest part to code?
So the hardest part is to extract names. So Indian names are not very easy to extract because sometimes some people have names with place in it. For example, my professor's name is Ravilla Delhi. So Delhi is a name of the place. So it's not easy to extract that. So we had to create an entire model for each and every tag. So because we were able to break down, we were not using image processing approach, but we were using a more of an NLP approach. We were able to break down each and every problem into separate model. We were able to integrate context in that format. So because of that, we were able to also extract Indian names much more efficiently.
In terms of your templates, I could see that you had two templates that you had shown, and then one of them performed a little better than the other because the names are not coming in one of them. What is your quick approach to a templatization? Because templates can be very diverse. So the model will get trained, I believe, on certain classes of templates, correct?
No, sir.
Or no?
So it is completely tag independent. You can put any kind of template, any kind of invoice. Your output will be pretty accurate, and it need not even have tags. So for example, some invoices won't have a specifically written name column or date column. our model, because we're using a context-aware learning, and each tag is being extracted separately, we're able to do it without tags. So it's a very dynamic tag-based approach as well.
While I agree with you, but I agree with you in some context, but when I saw the two examples you shown, in both of them, the mobile number was not getting picked up.
Right.
So it was picking up the pin code.
Correct. So that's because we're using a rule-based approach for that. If you could go one slide back, we're using a rule-based approach for mobile numbers. So by rule-based approach, I mean it's a direct regex search. So wherever there are 10 digits together, it picks it up as a phone number. So that is one of the things that we plan to improve upon. So things like when there's a +91 involved, it becomes a phone number, and so on. So these are small things. We're able to extract all the data from it. We have to post-process it to cleanse it. So that is one thing that we couldn't do in this 24 hours of hackathon.
So one thing in future, you mentioned fraud, right? How do you think this will help in fraud? Because that's the majority of the savings you claimed.
Correct.
60 lakhs is there and 60,000 is here. So.
Yeah. So I'll take this one. Basically, what happens is nowadays with the advancement of technology, there is use of Photoshop, and all of these things all of the amounts and specific information can be changed, right? And for a claim agent to be able to identify that, it is very difficult. So there are like few approaches which can be used even in this fraud detection. So once we are getting the image, what happens is when you're using Photoshop or anything to change it, there is a offset of number of pixels. And that cannot be detected easily just by any human. Like anyone won't be able to see that specific small change, right? But when we are using some kind of model to, actually there is some research paper also. I'm not able to remember the name, but I think Gokul, do you know, can you speak more about that?
Sure. So every time there's a digitally altered image, there's a change in pixels. So if we can create a model, so our plan is to extend this current model to create a model to identify these digitally altered images. The second option or second way of detecting fraud is some people change the dates, a certain date, and sometimes they change the doctor's name and so on. So if we have the entire data collection, all we need to do is a query into the database. So that is one other way we can detect fraud from if we have a huge amount of data. Thank you. Oh, sure.
Next we have team Debuggers, and they will be talking about problem statement 5. Next we have AI Overflow after the Debuggers. So I would request, please be in a queue.
we'll move on to Team AI Overflow and Team Chaitak Pro Max, please be ready. Right now we'll have Team AI Overflow. If you have issues with your HDMI port or if your laptop doesn't have an HDMI port, please reach out to us in advance. If it's a MacBook with a C port or something. Team AI Overflow.
Since AI Overflow is not available, I would like to request Chaitak Pro Max to come and present their pitch. After Chaitak Pro Max, it's Team Horizon. Please be ready.
These two mics are on. Which of these two mics are on? Yeah.
So hello everyone, this is Team Chaitak Pro Max and I'm Vanshika Nehra and my teammates are Vineet Raj, Suryakant Agarwal, Sayyid Arsal Abbas and Swaroop Kharul. So here's our problem statement. It was hospital centralized review. So what is the actual need of centralizing all the reviews? So the thing is, like here are some statistics stated. The thing is that when we are going to any hospital or anything, we want reviews. And the reviews are scattered everywhere. It's like on one side or second site. But what I want is, I want a centralized one so that I can go and I can check that, yes, this is the hospital that I want to go in. So here is our solution. Presenting Nidan. So Nidan is an AI-based product in which we are scraping all the reviews from the websites and in which it's basically based on scraping the reviews from the websites and it's basically like, we are scraping the reviews and then, it fetches data based on the query given by the user. Like either it's like the query is processed and it's stored in the database, or it's like if it's not stored in the database, it's like it's on the spot scraping. Plus, like NLP, it's NLP assisted, in which we can like have the sentiment analysis and like overall the sentiments, what are the reviews and what are the things. So it can basically help in analyzing the reviews. Here are some feasibilities of the our project, and these are the things that we have already done, like scraping, topic extraction, then NLP text analysis, and then representation. Now, Vineet will brief you about the more specifics.
Okay, so like yeah, this is the processing part. So after scraping the data extracted will be passed through all these ML models, so that it can be like indexed and made queryable. So that from front end we can call the queries and extract the data. So for that we are using for scraping. We have scraped from Practo, Mouthshut, Doctor 365, Twitter, Instagram, and so on. So yeah, this is the first step is topic extraction. So what is topic extraction? Okay, so let's say we have a review, but that review isn't always relevant for assessing how good or bad a hospital is. So let's say, yeah, this is the review, and we are extracting, okay, so this is chronic and aching pain. So what is that? That is an acuity, and that is a DX name. So we will assess key, yeah, we broken down the reviews into sentence, and we are assessing if a sentence is worthy of contributing to the rating of an hospital or not. And on basis of that, we will then calculate the ratings. So after that, we are passing it through sentiment analysis. Okay, so what is sentiment analysis? Here's a description, but it's not clear what it is. So we are also getting an accuracy score of 83.47%, which is really good. So yeah, this is how you can visualize what sentiment analysis is. So this is a very boilerplate review. So what sentiment analysis does, it uses these parameters such as dependency, parse label, part of speech, lemma, and morphology, and it creates semantics. And on basis of some syntax, those semantics would get evaluated and then result in a range of -1 to 1, -1 being really bad and 1 being really good. Okay, so we are also using AWS MediComprehend analysis. So this is just topic extraction, but for really niche medical terms. So we'll see that later on. So yeah, this is the same thing, and this is the system diagram. The road ahead, we'll discuss about that. And now Arshil will present the design pitch.
When we started ideating, we were pondering upon the question as to why do people have to go to so many websites to validate like a hospital. So we went through all the existing hospital review websites and found about the parameters that play an important role in judging as to whether a hospital will be liked by the user or not. So based on those analysis, this UI was made, and I'll show a quick prototype. Just a second. So we are searching in two ways. Firstly, we can search through like directly the disease or a particular hospital we want to know about. Other than that, we can choose a city and like get the related hospitals, and we can apply some filters to as per our needs to get the best results possible. Uh, and according to like when the user wants to know about a particular hospital, he can go inside and like navigate through its reviews, its staff, and like all the statistics that matter to him, and he can find the other relevant hospitals also. And now Sarup and Suryakant will help. Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, so in this page, I'll also show you like where are those like pre-processing we discussed are being evaluated. So this is the overall meter, the overall review that we were doing with entity analysis. And this will be a presentation of how good or bad a hospital is in one look. And these are the 4 parameters that we found to be most relevant when looking for the review. So yeah, we are also extracting these from review itself and not taking it otherwise. And in procedure and diagnosis, we are using AWS API to extract what procedures and diagnosis this hospital is providing, and the specialty is on like how often and how good about a certain procedure that hospital is rated on, that is treated as a specialty. So we have nephrology and neurology, and in procedures we will have those again. So actually, due to lack of time, we weren't able to integrate the whole part to the front end. But yeah, it's in back end, and Swaroop can show you. But before that, we will show the the demonstration of front end. Yeah.
So this is our implementation. For the tech stack, we have used Django because we are using Python for scraping, and Python is best suited with Django since Django is a Python-based framework. So we are using Django as a backend and PostgreSQL as our database. And we are using Flutter for the front end since Flutter is very useful to make web applications and as well as Android applications. So now if I search Pune city, it will show up all the hospitals in the Pune city along with the ratings as well as votes. And if I click on any particular hospital, it will show me the desired attributes as well as some more information. Since we were not able to completely integrate the backend, the front end is not in the working state. So in a backend, we have scraped like 3-4 websites. I'll just show the backend.
Which hospital did you find maximum reviews on? Because everything you showed had not enough reviews. So did you find any hospital with enough reviews on?
Like the famous hospital like Sahyadri and Aditya Birla were having more reviews and ratings.
So do you have any
because they were the
sentiment
most
analysis data that you can share for that? At least do for one hospital, what you can show. Yeah. Just show for any one hospital what you could tell us.
So this is our the reviews data set and hospitals. Like the famous one we have
Let's take Sahyadri and show for that. Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, our database was rebased pretty recently, so we had to scrape all of
So
it
like,
again. So
actually,
yeah,
we are processing the review individually. So like if you can see, this review was processed with the symbol API, and the topic it was found is hospital on account. So similarly, it processes each and every review, and it gives it a particular topic, so that if a user searches with a particular attribute, it is easier to segregate the hospital as well.
So it's about at least give analysis for one hospital. Is it good, bad, based on social media? Do you have that? Any one hospital?
oh yeah. So we have like insights from Twitter. We scrape data from Twitter and Instagram, but those were really not like at any relevant at all. So like they were like mapping to different languages, or they were just some inaugural part. And once we ran sentiment analysis, they all came as neutral. So like it wasn't usable at all. So we have that data, but it was not usable for this context.
Do you have a list at a hospital level? Because right now this is composite for all hospitals you have scraped. Do you have it for a hospital?
This is the list for all the hospitals.
You don't have any indicator that is for a hospital ID or?
This is just Django back, like admin portal of Django. It wasn't front end.
This
So
is
basically
not
what
the
we are-
exact front end.
Yeah, what we're looking for is, do you have you pick up any hospital and give the list of all the reviews for that hospital that you have been able to scrape?
Okay, so yeah, so like we were doing the hospital name were scraped from different website and reviews from different, and on front end we were mapping them together. Like
Okay, so you are assimilating the hospital name to the review at the front end.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Team AI Overflow to come next. And guys, please, round of applause for everyone who's presenting. The energy is quite low. Okay, so we have team.
No, entire screen. Yeah, basically this Chrome browser is enough. No, actually, Postman also, na, for the screen, like, you will display on this. But stick it. Yeah, we'll do it. Thank you. No, and then this is mic is working. Hand mic. First one hand mic. Can you give us another one? he needs one mic. I'll start now. Keep. No, this is working. Which one is working? I'm still on. No, I'm very chill. Why are you being undergone? Lock नहीं होता है. Team का अच्छा था. Yeah, exactly. Waiting for the
Guys, there is a time crunch. Please stick to the timing. 8 minutes, there will be a buzzer. 10 minutes, there will be another one. That will be the end of your pitch. And then we'll have one at 15 minutes after the Q&A session. Please don't elaborate too much in the PPTs. Stick to the prototypes.
So can you tell us when we'll start? Hello and good evening, everyone, to all the members of the jury and everyone present here. So, I was this team AI Overflow, and that is my friend Chetan, and I'm Shubhanu, and we are both second year students of VIT Vellore. So, our problem statement is last problem statement recommendation engine, and Chetan will be explaining about the problem statement and the solution we have tried to.
Yeah. So, very good afternoon, everyone, or probably evening. So, let me just explain you like the very brief overview of the problem statement. So, we basically have to recommend the keywords based on the search query of the user. So, this basically search recommendation has to be done for the Bajaj Alliance website, which is mostly for buying the insurance, different insurance products. So, the main objective of this problem statement is showing the most relevant suggestions. Because for most of the company, let's just take Google. Without its search engine, it wouldn't be here like what it is now. So that's the main thing, to showing the most relevant suggested keywords. And then reduction of search time. Search time should be the most optimized time. If I search for a query, it shouldn't be like for 5-6 seconds. So yeah, next slide. We came up with a very generic solution, looks like a generic solution, but not generic solution. So we tried to combine both the machine learning, hard-coded machine learning algorithms, as well as standard mathematics. Yeah, so let me just give you like an very brief what exactly we have done. Just go to next slide. Yeah, we have followed a 6-step approach to suggest the keywords for the users whenever they put a search query in the Bajaj Alliance app. So the first one is taking the search query. It's not necessary that the user might give a very right search query. It can be an incorrect also. So to handle that, we implemented an fast autocomplete algorithm, which basically autocompletes and autocorrects the search query to the most relevant keyword. So that's one thing where even if we get a bad, very relevant and bad data also, we can just handle it. Next step. Yeah, perfect. So this is step 2, where exactly the basic overview of how the algorithm is being trained. So I said that we use a hard-coded ML, right? So we use the linear support vector machine algorithm to basically classify the text. Why we are classifying the text here? Because most of the insurance product in Bajaj Alliance are like specific health products, like health insurance, bike insurance, four-wheeler insurance and stuff. So this algorithm makes us easy in identifying which query he's actually typing in. Based on that query, then we can implement a search of that particular keywords alone. Let's say that our algorithm detected that the query is related to, let's say it's pet insurance. So I need not crawl all the data. I just need to crawl the pet insurance data and just suggest the keyword. Yeah, next slide. Perfect. So in suggesting the keywords, we used Google search, Google Trends to prioritize the order of the keywords. It's very important to prioritize the order because most important keywords should be on the top. So we use the Google Trends to prioritize. Yeah, next. Perfect. So yeah, this is just the flow. Here we have a bulk of data. After the ML algo, we'll be having just like a single segment data of like travel insurance of specific type. Then after putting the search, the data will be still reduced, and finally we'll be ending up with some of the suggested keywords. Next. Perfect. So for searching, we did not use like any NLP or any machine learning stuff. We simply used hard-coded mathematics. So we relied completely on the Levinston distance of searching the of comparing the keywords with the required query of the user. Yeah. So I basically created the backend of this website. So I just hosted it on the Fast API to increase the efficiency. So yeah, you can just make a couple of searches and we'll just see how it looks from backend. Probably this can be a dummy thing, but Shubhanu has something good. Yeah, just search for some. Yeah, let's say if they search for dog, it just shows for the pet dog or something like that. Search for like a bike or something like that.
Let's say like I want to buy a bike. So, am I audible? Yeah. So let's say I want to get a bike. So I can like type bike and I can just search. Oh, looks like okay.
Okay,
I
so
made a spelling mistake here.
If we do a spelling mistake, it just tries to correct and shows the most relevant products out there. And it also sends to the front end the link of that particular product right over.
And it does this in, as you can see, the data.
So the time would be like very less.
1500 milliseconds.
Even if the query is like, let's say 10, so it would be like like less than 1000 milliseconds. Yeah, Shubhanu has something greater way to present this data. Yeah, you can just.
Like we can show some more examples, right?
You just show the main website.
Cool. So.
One suggestion, when you get a quick time, also show your code, how you build the model.
Yeah, definitely, sir. So, so basically the idea of our website was that we have to get the customer to their perfect insurance, and we do it in the easiest way possible and the fastest way possible. So first of all, you can enable the volume as well. So basically, let's find the perfect insurance for you. The customers comes here. It's very beginner friendly. So like you can just input a search term over there. Let's say you can looking for travel insurance. Say like you can search for travel insurance. So like these are all the search terms, and they're organized by the category, as you can see. Like what category the search term belongs to. So let's say you can show for I don't know. Pet insurance maybe?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so like pet dog insurance, again, as you can see that the search term is categorized into particular query. Like as Chetan mentioned, that over here we are first categorizing the data already into so that the search is much faster. So it's all of this is happening mostly under 800 milliseconds. Pardon, sir? Cancer. Can you type cancer? Yeah, so it shows like it has again categorized the search query into health. So like as you can see, like insurance plan, do you want policy, do you want mediclaim, do you want like coverage for cancer patients? It has.
Just sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to tell that these are all the Google trends. Based on that we prioritized.
Yeah.
And moreover, just wanted to tell, like we can actually increase the prioritizing if we have the actual data from the Bajaj Alliance website, where how many clicks are being happening on particular keyword or so that the product can be sold, like the purchase of the product can be more.
Can you try cardiovascular? Cardio, C-A-R-D-I-O.
Actually, so we have based it mostly off the data.
Understood. Just want to see what will happen.
Not sure, sir. It's not recommending anything.
We haven't implemented that search term.
We have to actually scrape a lot of data from.
Put heart. Put heart.
Let's try heart. No, it's again not in the data set.
So why is this happening? Because the data set provided by the Alliance website is.
And then again, okay, no. So basically, sir, this is the thing. Like, say you can't find what you're looking for, you can search. If you're confused, then you can look at what your peers are searching. People around you, people in your city. These are based. This is a word cloud based on the most search terms, most selling product like health insurance. Now, if you click on any search term, instead of searching.
Okay, let me just click on the Bajaj Alliance Health.
Click. It directly takes you to the product. It doesn't add the extra step of adding that to the search word, and then it directly takes you to the product. Again, then you go back and then you scroll down. So even after this, if the person is confused, we show them the curated list of all the types of insurance which Bajaj Alliance has.
Yeah.
So that is basically the implementation of the front end, and you can.
Let me just take 1 minute to conclude,
Yeah,
sir.
sure. So Ethan will be talking about the further improvements.
So as I said, the further improvement can be like getting the trends from the Bajaj website itself, so it can actually enhance. And moreover, we'll actually think like, so we are using an ML algorithm. So if let's say a valid keyword is present, like you said, cardiovascular. So we just validate the data and train the ML algorithm to predict that when the cardiovascular is given, it should return health as the priority. So we're just working on particular that. Yeah, that's all, sir. I don't have anything else. You can ask the question.
I think good, something interesting. How will you scale this? Because there are 2 or 3 big things that can.
So you said one.
In the first point, as it mentioned, that the efficiency of the data can be increased continuously. Like Google is what Google is right now because of it has been collecting the data for years and years. We can be doing the same along with the volume of the clicks. Let's say someone is clicking on Bajaj health insurance policy. We have to count like how many clicks are happening, like say 500 clicks per day. Then Bajaj Mediclaim, that is happening 300 clicks per day. So we need to analyze all this data, and that can be fed into the algorithm directly.
I agree. I'm just saying there's a lot of operational work as well, because you'll get keywords, you'll get some statistical aspects of keywords.
Many, sir. Like
as we mentioned in this second point, when any new valid data is entered, it automatically gets fed in the algorithm.
So that validation can be done with like many things are there to validate. Like even just Google can be used to validate whether that's a valid keyword or not.
One enhancement, and tell me how you would go about it. Enhancement, one addition to your solution. If I ask you, you just
Yes,
think
sir,
how
okay.
do you go about it.
So,
if you were to show in the suggested search keywords also the amount that the particular health insurance is starting from, so that it nudges the customer to click on it.
Okay, sir. Actually, we forgot to show you one more thing. Okay.
So basically, all you have to show is if it shows health insurance. When you say health insurance, you should say from $399 per month. And
okay.
So how do you do that?
They'll be implemented in the front end only. Like we just
wait.
Okay.
So that can be very easy. Like if you just give the data, like what. So whenever we just type, okay, just type for like bike or something.
Medical. Let's say type for medical.
Yeah. So let's click on that.
Let's click on Bajaj medical insurance. So it takes you to the product directly.
No. I want to see the price in the.
That's what
auto suggests itself,
Yes,
not.
So
we want the data from you guys to show that. Because if you go and scrap, the website is created in such a way that we can't scrap the website.
It's very difficult. Like
We tried much to scrap, but we weren't able to scrap it.
We'll give you the data. Of course,
Yes,
we'll
sir.
give you the data. How do you implement in your solution?
So, sir, what we can do over here is, like, say you have the category health, you have the search term, and on the right you can mention in the front end itself, the data will be edged in the form of JSON only, like starting from this, say $199 per month or something like that.
So that can be implemented with each search term.
And I just want to add, sir, so here we can still optimize it, that we can show the best and the minimum. I mean, obviously Indian wants the cheap and best thing, so we can just show the cheap and best stuff there.
All right, yeah, thanks.
Perfect, sir. And no questions.
Any more questions, sir? Okay.
Perfect, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
We have Team Horizon coming up next. After this, we have Team Artemis. Artemis, be prepared.
Good afternoon, folks. I hope all of you are having a great day. I'm Zaina and I'm from Team Horizon. Today, our problem statement is video and voice, the new paradigm. Every day is changing and we are becoming more and more reliant on bots, AI, ML, all these stuff. But still, somehow, we as humans, our work is not reducing. In this aspect, very specifically, call centers. Any query, any claims to be registered, why is it still not automated is the question. And today, we will be showing the solution for that. I would like to give it to my teammate, Pratik.
So good afternoon, folks. I know it has been a very long day for all of us over here, and I won't be taking a long time from you right now. Just give me like 2 minutes. So I have a request before we begin the entire discussion. I would like to have everyone's phone not on silent, so please turn it on to ringer. Yes, thank you so much, folks. Yeah, so let's start with a small story so that everyone is there in the loop and everyone gets connected with the entirety of what we want to build. So one day, our lead actually went on a trip into the city in his vehicle. But suddenly, a dog jumped in front of his car. And he had to turn, and due to which, he crashed into a pole. I know it's a very bad thing when it happens to us too. But it's a good thing that he had no injuries. But he was very sad because his car had got just an accident and all of these aspects. So what do we really do in such a scenario? We'll open a phone and start recording, right? So we're not trying to do that right now. So whenever he opens his phone, no, not this one. Yeah. So you see that he's quite astonished by the experience which he has had till now. So let's guess what Bajaj Insurance has actually sent him. Zena, do you think we should really share the message right now?
I think it's time to do it.
Okay, okay, guys, don't worry. It's not something which is going to harm your phones and all. So, yeah, let's see. Let's wait for a while. Yeah, only some of you might have got it right now. So, yeah. Sorry? Okay, so if a couple of you guys can check your phones, you'll understand that we have sent you a dummy message of what exactly would be showcased to any person who has been in an accident. Yeah, you could go on to the next one. Thank you. Yes, so you could see over here that we are having a personalized experience with you, where we are not only noting down your car number, but we'll also be providing you provisional support before you come to claim it for us. And this is not just the entirety of coming towards you for support, but we'll also be providing you with a marketing opportunity, as the entire funnel of customer experience is dependent upon it.
So by now you understand what our bot is capable of doing. Now, little into the technical aspect. Here you can see I made an IoT circuit. So and here we have the sensor, this one right here. So imagine you're a car and this is your sensor. I've given a circumference of around 20 centimeters. And if it crosses that 20 centimeter mark, this buzzer over here will ring. As soon as the buzzer rings, you will get the messages on your phone. Let me just show you the working of it once. I'm not sure if
Where does this plug in? You got something on the left hand side. What is that? Where will it be? In the front of the car? Back? But where will it be?
So,
in the front?
so this is actually just a demonstration in case there's a crash. We want to simulate that. So here, this is just simulation for. So like this is nothing to do with cars. This part of it.
Understood.
Yeah.
All right. Now coming to our main product, which is the brain behind it that is going to do everything, sending the message and helping the users with the claims, helping the users with gaining information about insurances and everything. So introducing to you Finserv. Finserv is a customer service bot created by us that will be having broadly two features. One is it will be helping the customers file a claim, and secondly, it will be helping customers gain information about any kind of thing about insurances. For example, what is a motor insurance, or how to claim a motor insurance. Any kind of information about insurances, we have got you covered.
Just a second, we need to reconnect it for the demo.
So till then, I'll just tell you about the 3 modes of communication that we have enabled in our bot. So there are the obvious 2 modes of communication, which are the chat and the voice. Almost all the leading edge companies in the industry have bots which have voice and chat enabled. But video is something very unique that we guys are doing. And in it, it will be like you're talking to a real person, which won't be a person. And we'll be coming to this in the later part of our presentation.
So is it okay if we come and show you the demonstration here? It's not connected.
So connecting over and others also has to see, right? That's okay. Use the mic.
Use the mic for the others. So we have created a dummy website of the Bajaj company. And over here at the bottom right corner, you see the customer bot. So when you click on it, you get a screen, and after that, you click on Get Started. And this gives you the 3 modes of communication that we have in our bot, which are voice, chat, and video call. Video call is very unique. We'll get to that later. So I'll just give you a demo of chat. So we have 2 features that we have implemented. First is general queries about insurances, and second is filing a claim. So let's just go to general queries. And we can give in any query like, what is car insurance, for example? And so behind the scene, it runs a search engine on the data scraped from the Bajaj website itself. So this will be able to perform this on all the data that is available in the Bajaj website. So and now we'll be showing you the demo of voice. All right, I think we can just skip to the video for now. We'll come back later to voice. Yeah, yeah.
So the new thing we are doing here is we are synthetically creating videos from text. So for example, in chatbot, right, you convert text to speech, which is synthetically created. You don't always record the audio. So here we are using deepfakes to do the same for videos. So every time you want to speak out some text, we are using videos for the same. So video call, new queries.
What is a car insurance? What is the car insurance? What is the car insurance?
Okay, just show the answers possible.
Okay, so like
Yes.
yeah. Can you
Okay.
show you the result which we
So this is basic chatbot implementation, which is already existing, but the deepfake part is what we'll try to show you right now. Yes. Not completely. There's a bunch of open source models combined together by us.
this is what the last final product would be.
Out of the 2 types of car insurance, third-party and comprehensive insurance, the latter covers damages to you, your property, along with damages to the third party.
Yeah, so
In contrast, the third-party insurance body injury or death and property damage of the other person.
So ignore the robotic voice. That's a free service for now. With paid services, that can obviously get better. But the idea here is at high scale, we can even create 2 million videos overnight from just text. Yes, this is a deep fake. She has not spoken this. She can probably consent for that. So we have made multiple. So as a data suggestion, as a POC, we have implemented on a couple of suggestions. So for technical reasons, you can show. There's a last part of the model which we would like to show as well. So for now coming on to the claiming process, where we want to add, let's say there's a car accident, right? So what happens is the users would take a video of the same and they would upload it, and we want to know all the possible damages happen for the same. So here I'll just browse a given. So here's a car crash video. I'll show you the video in a second. So I'm uploading that, and I run the model on this data set, and I get all the damages which were recorded in this. So the glass has been broken, headlights has been broken, front bumper, and door. So basically for that video, if I can just show you the video also. So all of that has been detected, even though there's not a lot of door in the video, but even 1 or 2 frames have been counted, and it has found scratches and dents in that, and it has considered that as the result for the same. So so this basically helps at automizing the claims, and if you have more data from the companies, we can actually use this to predict prices required for claims and stuff. So that way, the claiming part is completely automated.
Can I have a moment of your time? Since because of everything that happened, I just wanted to add on the theoretical aspects. So for the first part of our website, we have queries, right? So we obviously want to make the user experience better. So we've added certain features which we didn't show you. One being multilingual. Our chatbot can respond to you and ask you questions and take back information from you in multiple languages. We have implemented Hindi, Marathi, and English over here. Yeah, why don't you show that?
Good.
Thank you. No point. I'm so sorry to take a lot of your time. But also we have added a transcript feature. Certain times when we ask questions and it scrapes data, it does in large amount. So for the voice and video call, we have added transcripts. So the entire call, even if it's 10 questions, it's going to show you a scroll of everything that has been asked and answered so that the user can go back and answer. I'm sorry for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Team Artemis coming up. Team Serendipity, please be prepared. You are next.
Which team is this?
Hey everyone, my name is Amal Joji and I'm from Team Artemis and these are my friends. Over on the podium it's Aditya Katti, right next to him that's Rajendra Sarpal, and then we have Arjun Gopikrishnan, and we are all a bunch of enthusiasts from College of SRM, and our problem statement is social media lead generation. So let's get right into it. So before we start, I need to explain what exactly was our problem statement in a gist. It is that social media platforms are a very powerful and potent tool, and a lot of people share their thoughts, beliefs, and ideas, and these can be used to generate some very powerful leads. It is already being done in the world, but Bajaj wanted us to know, or wanted us to check if it's, to sort of see if we can find a interesting solution to some of their problems. So let's jump right into the problem. So as we can see, the overview is, what we're trying to do is we are trying to harness the power of social media leads to promote desired behavior among customers using an influencer company model. Now in this, the thing that you should understand is, what is an influencer company model? See, we understand something is, most of us follow some sort of influencers in our day-to-day life. They are people who have a very active control over a huge share of population, and they can, drive conversations, they can shift the way we believe in some things, and if they really do use their powers to the best, they can even make people buy products, to a whole other degree. So we understand that this is a very powerful and potent way of doing things. So that is why we wanted to go for that direction, where we asked the company of Bajaj and basically Balik and Bajaj, both of them, to contact an influencer and use that influencer as the method to talk and make sure the conversations happen in the social media platform to generate good leads. So let's go to the highlights. First of all, we are trying to boost the marketing of a product by giving the influencer a potent audience analysis. Now, as an influencer, when you're working, you would like to know in real time how your strategy is working, how it's really, giving you good leads. So we do that using an app. Now, the next thing is we scrape various social media platforms such as Quora, Mouthshut to generate these inputs in the first place, which are then fed to various AI models to generate good analytics and leads. Then we also establish a link between customer, influencer, and Balik and Bajaj. I'll get to the Balik and Bajaj bit in a while, but lastly, this is our basic diagram. In this, the only thing you're supposed to understand is, since there's a lot of social media platforms and not all of them are the same. For example, Quora is a very text-based platform where there's a lot of people discussing openly. And Instagram, for example, is somewhere people, share a lot of pictures. And Mouthchat is mostly review-based. So while we were working on this project, we made sure that we take these differences into account so that the final product we give, it takes the best analytics that can, take right from the input state itself. So we have the input, it is scraped and mined for data. Then it goes to AI and NLP processing. From there, it's basically sent to two people. One is the company, which is in this case Bajaj or Balik, and other is the influencer. Next slide, please. Now, this is the influencers app, and Aditya, who is the UI UX deal for this, will give you a small brief on the app, then we'll show you a small prototype.
Okay, so the influencer side of the process is very important because they are the ones who actually are the main contact with the audience, like who are the potential customers. So it's very important that we get through to them with what we really want them to be, the message we want them to spread, right? So here, in the first, the influencer is shown their engagement, their click conversion rate. It's all the information they need to see how well they are performing on their social media site, all right? And then after customers are identified, we show how many of them are interested in a product and policy and what the keywords are, the sentiment that the people share in their audience. So then they're given a link to this discussion, okay? So then they can go there and then try to influence the conversation that's happening there, so that it kind of increases the chances of people actually buying our products, right? And so this is done through, like they're given an affiliate link, which they'll be able to then go and post on social media platforms and talk about how this is a good product.
Now, if you could please go to the Google Meet where I'll be sharing the app screen so that you can see how the app actually works. Right, so this is the app's main screen, and basically the profile is made for the influencer by the company, and where we expect Balik or Bajaj to cut a deal with the influencer once they identify a good one. And in the home screen, you can see how many click-to conversions are happening for the product that they're influencing, and how many Bajaj customers. Now, what this means is, see, what we're trying to do is we're not just selling a product using your affiliate link, which, by the way, connects to Bajaj's marketplace, so that we also can introduce these customers to a new experience of shopping. But at the same time, what we're doing is we identify leads which fall under Bajaj or Balik umbrella. That is, people who will not only buy a product, but they will also be interested in buying an appropriate policy. And in particular case, what we do is, first of all, the influencer will start fetching the data. So right now a scrapper is being hit in Rajendra's laptop, which goes through, Aditya's laptop, which goes through Twitter and other various social media platforms, scrapes through copious amounts of data and finds the best leads. And once these leads are sent back to me, I'll forward them to the AI part, where the AI part will basically start doing NLP and sentiment analysis, so that we can understand how many of these leads would actually turn to be a good customer. So right now I have the data. Now I'm going to be hitting the AI model. Now, once I hit the AI model, this is how it will probably look like. As you can see in Quora, we have found 22 customers, out of which 4 of them are interested in the policy, and 13 of them are interested in the product. And we can also extract the keywords, which is, what were the main keywords? In this particular case, we were hitting about a car named Honda City. So it said it is a great car, comfortable, and the average product sentiment was good. Also linked to discussion, we'll link it to the place where we found this particular chat happening or very actively. And this recommended policy is the catch. We know that they're buying a car, and this is an expensive car. So we also know that they're probably looking for an insurance. In this case, we can sell them the general insurance of Bajaj, which is car insurance. So that's how it works. And the same for Mouthchat as well, you can do this. So that's that. Now let's go back to the slide, please.
Quick question. How do you get these customers identified? Is it a demo of fake data, or are you actually going to Twitter and getting this?
Customers identified, basically we capture the leads in 2-step processes. First of all, we scrape through majorly Twitter and Mouthchat. And I think we can show in the API itself, if you want.
No, I'm just asking, you showed 22. Is it just a demo, or you actually found you went to some
We
post
actually have found certain customers.
And how did you dedupe say they're customers, or how do you know that they're customers? That you have
Rajendra, would you
22
like to answer?
customers.
Yeah, so through the NLP processing, first of all, we are understanding the sentiment of the what are the discussions and reviews and comments.
I'm asking a very specific question. How do you know that you have 22 customers, and who are these 22 customers? How do you know the 22 customers?
Okay, so after the NLP processing, so whatever we live on, that is just a count that there are 22 customers from the Quora platform and other platforms like that.
Okay, so you have not done an identification, potential. They're potential. They're not, you have not identified it. Okay.
Leads, I would say leads. And now there's another catch is that once these leads are generated, they're actually stored in a database server along with their username and some basic information like so. So in this case, we have two separate kinds of usernames. One would be for Bajaj, that are customers which fall under the general insurance category. Other is for Balik, which fall under the life insurance category. Now,
So my question, here is, many of these platforms, they give you a, what do you call as a handle.
Yeah.
The handle need not be the name of a person. I mean, it doesn't necessarily correlate with the name of a person. So that's why my fundamental question comes is 22 leads. How do you know there are 22 unique leads or 22, how did you come to that point of view that they're distinct?
In this case, what we're doing is we basically look for people who are actively talking about something, and we can say these are leads. Now, what we expect them to do is once the influencer is notified that there are people who are talking about a product, we know they're interested in this. Now, they might not be actively looking for a product, or they might not be in the mood to buy it. That is where the influencer comes. He or she will go and they'll pump up the amp. Once they pump up the amp, we know that a good number of people would tilt more towards buying the product. Once they buy the product, they'll be more interested in looking for a insurance policy, because no one would actively go and buy an insurance. They generally buy an insurance when they have to cover it for something, generally life or a product. So
I think the question would be contactability. So
Yeah.
if you get a person, say on Quora or any of those Mouthshut or any of those platform, you get their handle name. And you know that they are interested in buying a Honda City, and probably by virtue of car buying, they also would like an insurance. Now, how do you reach out to them?
Right. Guys, do you like to explain this?
So we'd come up with a customer outreach model, sir. Sir, as you rightly pointed out, most of these platforms don't actually give us tangible contact information, rather just the handle, sir. So we thought about two potential strategies, sir. First would be, as he said, we'd be specifically giving this information to influencers to reach out to these people, thus increasing the likelihood of them being interested in this product. Furthermore, sir, what we were thinking is, we could be pairing discounts and other maybe buy one get one free policies, and we could set up bots on these websites that end up trawling through our database and directly contacting them. Thus, we'll be trying to convert these leads into verified customers.
I'm still not clear how the influencer will contact them. Maybe I'm missing the flow.
Well, to be honest, we don't expect the influencer to go on a one-to-one with them. We had another one with that. Basically, like, there are two cases. One is that the influencer will sort of influence the decision of the general audience. But if you want a one-to-one, since we are collecting some basic information.
Even in general audience, how will he reach where you have identified?
Yeah. Once we've identified, to be honest, right now we only have Twitter handles and such. But if we can scrape a bit more with a slightly bigger, scalable architecture, we might be able to get certain more leads. And what we then do is we share this database with Bajaj itself. And you guys have a very complicated system of sales team. They can actively call them saying, hey, we saw like you're interested in this, or we can also say in Twitter bot. We can create a Twitter bot, which basically will get activated whenever we sense a person is looking for something. Then the Twitter bot would come to them and say, we were looking and we think we're a good customer for this particular product. And we think that would be really, really less intrusive compared to the other one. But we haven't really finalized on how exactly we're going to do this. But there's a lot of other solutions. So that's there. If I could catch your attention for a, yeah.
See, I think the question here is, it's a tough problem. We understand. So you defined influencer, and then you went to leads. Okay, so you captured the lead separately, you have an influencer. Where the journey is broken, at least when I'm not able to understand, I think that's what Anurag's question was, that either you connect the lead to an influencer, that's number one.
Right.
That journey is little bit, I mean, maybe you've not brought it in yet. The second piece of the puzzle is, for it to be relevant for a Bajaj or a BALIC, you need to be able to quantify it with some form of an identifier or contactability or a requirement. Requirement we can leave aside, but we need to have these three. So these three journeys are slightly not coming through. I understand your concept, but it's not joining in my view.
Right. Yeah, maybe like, to be honest, in the future we can make this process a much more streamlined, so that the lead initially becomes the final customer. But I would like to catch your attention to something else. I talked about how we find the Bajaj customer, but I didn't really say how we find the BALIC customer. It's actually a really interesting process. Now, BALIC customer come under the life insurance policies, which are child and health and such. So what happens is, if someone says that their child is having a baby shower, we know that they are expecting a child very soon. So we can reach out, we sort of tag them as a possible lead. And if we sort of say in other sense, someone is saying that I'm planning a party or I'm 60 years old. So we can also tag them as a possible lead, but we actually do some slightly complicated AI processing, just to make sure these are not just random people, but possibly good leads. And this is our architecture. I think you guys can understand this. I don't have to explain. Moving forwards. So as I said, we have an influencer company model. We work in 3 dimensions. We identify customers in the past. We also identify customers which can turn into a good customer right now. And we're also saving customers for the future. Then apart from that, we are also identifying good influencers. We are setting up a company influencer sort of method. And we are adapting to different platforms. And we also identify great, possibly good customer leads. Next, please. And we are also working on active data right now. So that's also the case. And apart from this, if you could just, if you want, we can show you the APIs as well for the AI part. Do you want to?
Right.
Yeah. Rajendra?
Google Meet, screen share. I'll hold the mic.
So this is the API for the identifying the potential leads for the health insurance specific domain. So for example, like there can be multiple types of comments and reviews out of the social media. For example, if I am giving a sample comment for right now, let's say. Let's say a person is saying that he is diagnosed with some disease. Yeah, so as you can see that our AI model is extractive what are the disease the patient has suffered from, and also is recommending the policy which is directly from the Bajaj Alliance market, that is a critical illness insurance. So it also it is like first of all it is extracting the disease and also recommending the same product. So this is for the health insurance as well as different policy like life insurance and automobiles recommendations also.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Team Serendipity, you're up next. After that, we have Team Morton. Where is Team Morton? Get ready.
few women participate. No? I think colleges are changing. हमारे प्रेजेंटेशन में वो एक लड़की थी ना डेव टॉक्स में, वो जीत भी गई.
So there's some connection issue over here. This team will give the pitch over there.
No, others also have to see now. What is the issue? Fix करो ना.
Connection नहीं establish हो रहा है इधर. Laptop incompatibility.
Take another laptop and join a Google Meet and let them present on a Google Meet. जुगाड़ अपने नंबर वन है. अरे समझा गया. कोई भी एक लैपटॉप जो कनेक्ट हो रहा है, कोई तो कनेक्ट हो रहा है ना. कोई भी तेरा लैपटॉप. जुगाड़ नंबर वन. टीम्स ही दे देना. हाँ टीम्स ले लो. टीम्स उनके पास इंस्टॉल नहीं होगा ना. हाँ हो गया. हो गया.
Team Morton, please raise your hands. Team Morton, are you prepared? You can give the presentation first.
बहुत सारी भागी होगी ना नहीं उसकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ ये हाँ ये कैसा रहा ओवरऑल ओवर कलर आज Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, start.
Just 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Anurag is coming.
Tech judges should be there.
Team Serendipity, VIT.
Can we still have our 15 minutes? Can we have our?
अभी कितनी बाकी है?
Prerna, last 3, right? Last 3, na?
Yeah.
I'll just call her.
Just 1 minute.
I'll just check with them.
अरे समोसा पे समोसा Yeah, let's get started.
Good afternoon, judges. This is Team Serendipity. We are from VIT Chennai, and we chose to tackle the problem statement 7, which was given. So a brief intro into the problem statement. We were asked to make an app that will track customer spend habits, understand those spends, and then also categorize them to make a reward structure. So to start off our solution, we basically identified 3 major use cases in the problem statement, which is to track the customer spend habits, understand those spends, and then build a reward structure based on that. So let me give you a brief into what is the solution that we've come up with. So just at the start of the event, we started plotting out what all features can we have under the app structure. And to start off first, to track the payments, we're using the SMS broadcast receiver. And I'll give details about the data extraction now. So the problem statement asks us to track the user payments. So to do that, first off, we came up with some solutions, like we can basically have a website, our app can be a web app, and we can go to apps like Swiggy, Zomato, and we can use cookies to detect login and extract their order history from there. However, that solution had multiple shortcomings, such as privacy concern. The user was required to log in multiple times. And as soon as the Swiggy, Zomato UX changed, we had to change our entire code based around that. And then we looked into using public APIs, but that required a lot of licenses. And even then, there were a limited number of queries that we could perform. So to tackle that, we came up with the SMS broadcast receiver. So what this basically does is, as soon as there is an SMS sent to the user, the string is extracted from the SMS which is sent and stored in a variable over here. From this SMS, we can extract the order information of the order that is placed. So for example, we've put the string that we extracted from the SMS message, and here we can see that the account number, the money, and the type of transaction which was there can be extracted from just the string that we took from the SMS that we took. Now, So we just couldn't use the SMS broadcast receiver to as a solution for our tracking spend, because usually a lot of different banks have different formats of sending the SMSs. Canara Bank may use a different SMS structure than Axis Bank per se. So what we decided to do was, we decided to extract the information of the purchase that has been made and confirm that there was indeed an order that the user placed from their account. After that, we decided to ask the user. The user will basically give us permission to basically track their emails. And as soon as a user gets an email from any corporate like Domino's, Zomato, Swiggy, they will be receiving a mail which says that the order is confirmed. Now we can use any third-party email text parser to go through that particular email and then extract the information that we want, which is the order item, quantity, and especially the retailer that the particular purchase has been made from. This is a sample which is trained on just the Domino's app, but moving forward, we can train it to detect information from all kinds of emails which are sent by multiple retailers. So this is our solution for the text extraction. After that, once we have the name of the vendor, the order items, we can use that particular information to understand our spends. So that is how we use data modeling to understand the spending habit and expenditure of the user.
Alright, so I do not want to go into too much detail with the database because I'll just explain the brief about it. So here's, once we've extracted the company name, we have to also identify what sector that company belongs to. So this is done in a two-step process. The first is to check within our database. If this company is listed in our database, we can directly extract what sector the company belongs to, and as the flowchart is given over here. So the second step to verify it is this method called web scraping and classification. This is not going to reflect in our UI because it's a part of the process. But here is basically how we extract the information. So what's done is we query this name to a particular URL that we look at, which provides information about not only the company name, but also the details about the company. So then, based on each category, we've assigned a couple of keywords. Tracking the frequency of these keywords would give us the resultant category. That's how we've based our classification. So like at the very bottom, we've given the result of the classification. So this is just an example for food. We cannot. This is basically the summary of our web scraping and our classification. And this is our database on MongoDB. So it contains 4 collections, one with the main user info, one to track the user's rewards and in terms of cash as well as the points. And the other is how they limit their payments, which we will go into shortly. So this is a summary of the algorithms we've used. Once again, scraping, classification, and macros. Now onto the structure.
Now, after coming up with a solution for tracking and understanding customer habits, we had to design our app in a way that maximizes usability of the user. We had to come up with ways such that the user has incentives to come and use our app, since there is a lot of competition in the market. So first of all, after we have tracked and understood the payments, we have decided to categorize those payments into positive and negative spends. Once the user creates their account on our app, they can basically choose which categories that they want to be positive or negative. For example, if I'm a shopaholic and I'm trying to reduce my spendings on e-commerce, I can categorize that e-commerce as a negative category, and I can put a spending limit. Now, as soon as I exceed my spending limit for that particular category, all the purchases made after that will be categorized as negative spends. So this is how our scoring system will work. If you stay within your spending limits and you spend on categories which are healthy for you, for example, whole foods and gym memberships, fitness gadgets, those will be healthy spends. And purchasing junk foods and again, if you've decided that shopping is bad for you, then it will be considered as a negative spend. Now coming to our rewards, we actually wanted rewards that work in a holistic way for all our BALIC companies here. So even inside the app, all the rewards will be based such that we'll be boosting the sales and of the products that are offered by Bajaj itself. So after the positive negative spends are categorized, you will be getting points based on how much you are spending positively. We'll call that Bajaj points. And you can use those Bajaj points to do, you can either like for every 1,000 points, you can have a 30 rupee cashback. Or you can get vouchers for Bajaj products, like you can get 10% off on the, you can get 10% off on premium of Bajaj health insurance. So that is why we have specifically tailored our rewards such that we promote the use of Bajaj services. And we even have scratch cards that will give users discounts on all the services. We also looked into the Bajaj Finserv UPI app. And since our app is basically a culmination of fintech and food tech, we will be promoting the use of Bajaj Finserv UPI app. And for every 5th purchase made by Finserv UPI app, we'll give the user some extra 100 rupees cashback per se. In that way, the user will be incentivized to consume the Bajaj UPI app. Now, without wasting more time, I'll get into the prototype. So we're calling our app FinFit, again, because it's a fintech and food tech company. You can make your account, register. Now, as I mentioned earlier, as soon as you make your account, since we are very focused on health, we'll ask the users what their goals are in health, what their current body type is like, what their BMI is like. So we'll ask them for certain details which will help us categorize their spends. Then as soon as you open the app, there will be an activity tracker app. Again, each and every feature in the app will incentivize the users to use our app more. So as soon as you track your water, like water intake, you will get +2 points for every day. For every streak that you have for logging your water intake, you will get Bajaj points. If you meet your step count for the day, you will get Bajaj points. So that will make the user come back and use our app again and again. As I said, we have exciting prizes from ballet companies. And moreover, we have a community service as well. And you can wager bets with your friends that who will earn more Bajaj points in the week. And again, it will encourage community interaction by a lot. Now, quickly coming to the financial part. As you can see here, in the profile, you can see what your BMI is. All the health statistics are displayed over here. And since we wanted our payment tracking to be covering the entire ecosystem, we're also given an option for the user to give their offline payments. So the user can choose whether they want to track their offline payments or not. They can fill a form to track their offline payments. However, they will not be rewarded since there is a lot of chance of fraud for that. And if you're unhappy with the classification that our app has done, for example, if you're somebody who eats vegan burgers and you're not happy if they're classified as a negative spend, you can raise a complaint and our tech personnel will look into that. And lastly, you can take a look into our spending analysis structure. So here, as I said, after our data modeling, we'll categorize the spends as healthy foods, junk foods, fitness products. And it will give points based on the spends, and it will also show you how much of percentage of your spends are on positive categories, how much are there negative categories. And in future scope as well, we have a nutritional data set, as Satvika explained, which will use an algorithm to determine healthy and unhealthy foods. And our app will basically recommend the user healthier alternatives to what their purchases are. And we have a lot of future plans for our app as well. We aim to incorporate artificial intelligence chatbot for health services. We can make our algorithm more efficient because right now we're only looking into unhealthy food inside the food category. But inside e-commerce also there can be healthy and unhealthy categories. Like if you're spending money on a fitness wearable, that is a healthy spend. So inside each categories, we'll have subcategories of healthy and unhealthy spends that will help us make our classification algorithm more and more improved. And we'll also have a recommendation API. So for example, if you're a coffee addict and you're having a mocha every day, it will track that and it will suggest like if you can have some kombucha, like some green tea related items. So that is how our recommendation API is going to work. And a daily prompt feature, push-up notifications to again encourage the user to meet their health goals. All of that will be included. That is all.
Thanks. Thank you. Quick question. What is the, this is a project, I mean, this is a problem statement for which company? Problem statement for which company? Seven. And this is given by which company for? Bajaj. All right. Thank you.
Is that all for the questions?
I did not see anywhere you talking about insurance.
I did mention insurance.
On the app. So the app you cover the health part, you cover the tracking. For the health side, right?
Actually, we were only able to pipeline a few features into our designed elements, but our scratch cards will also be working into Bajaj health insurance products. Like, again, as I mentioned, you can get 10% off on the premium.
This I think I saw. So this I remember.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember this. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Team Morton. The next team we have is Debuggers. Debuggers, be prepared. Please don't waste time.
We need few seconds of your time, and we want to have an experience of the what we call a meta box. Please open the slide. Which team? We are Team Morton. Morton is based. Morton was first person who gave the AR.
Which college?
We are working on problem statement 6.
SRM University.
What happened with my friend was few days ago was he was buying a shoe and he was pretty much confused whether the shoe was suiting on him, whether he is choosing the right shoe that suits him, or he was pretty much confused and he's looking in the class or home and asking to his friends and everywhere. But at the end he bought a shoe that was not suiting him to the current state. So not only him, but there are many people that are confused with the current marketing system, that they are not able to see, they are not able to feel, and they are not able to visualize the product that they are seeing on the phone. Like if you will visit the Amazon, you are going to have a product card that will have a good product image of the product. That could be a kind of Photoshop or kind of a thing. They are enhancing that with the help of the technology. But as a customer, are you feeling that is it a right product for you? How will you make that judgment when all the products look good? How will you make the judgment when something like those things are making your mind kind of confused, that will that be a durable product? Will that be a kind of a thing? Then you will go over researching many things and go over that. You know, the market capital size was 47 billion. And over the 47 billion, the 40% of the return goods are electronics and the fashion things. So you can just guess the amount of loss the current marketing system is facing. So we are bringing the MetaBox. What MetaBox does is, it gives you the whole experience of buying experience over the shop. What it does is, it gives you two options. First, it will give you a virtual shop where you can enter in the shop, visualize how actually the physical shop actually is. And you can explore the product over there, you can test the product over there, and also, if you have a very less time, you can even go to the product card, and even you can take the single product and test it over there. Change the slide. This is our process flow. We have the login system. This is how the user will be going to interact with our app. And as soon as you will go over ahead, these are the glimpses of our app, and go ahead. This is the tech stack we are following currently. These are the unique selling points that we are having. That virtual shopping experience, we are going to give you a virtual shopping experience of both by going to the shop and also exploring the product in the shop, right in the front of you. And also, you can test that product through a product card also, where you can tap it there and have a full experience of where you want to place it, where you want to check the size, where you want to even have an experience. And also, like, we have a whole app over here. So this is the interface of our app, where you can have a kind of a shopping experience of the whole app. And soon, like, let's have a look of our shop. So this is our first shop. Suppose you are having a kind of issue that you have a less space in your home. So what you can do is you can place a table right in the front of you. So you can, like, look over the products. You can even interact with the products right in the app. So yeah, you can, like, have the overview of the product, buy, try me, and all the experience right in your front of you. Even though this is the kind of a shop that takes the less space. And I want to show you one more example of the shop, even if you have a better picture of the image. Yeah. This is the proper shop that you can even have a look over here, that the shop is present over here, that how you actually go in the physical shop is present over here, and you can, like, explore how the things are kept over there, and also you can interact easily with them. Now I want to give you another experience of the shop. That is, have you seen the movie that has launched very recently? So this is a kind of a portal. So could you like to join me in the tour of the portal? Please come. Yeah, please come. So look over here. You can, like, so if you are going to look from here, you cannot see any kind of a border from here. And as soon as you will get to enter here, you can enter in the shop, where you are going to be distracted from the whole world. And come inside. Yeah. This is the whole shop. So just keep coming. Yeah, come. The whole experience of the shop you are going to get right in the app. So as soon as you can tap over the products, you can see how the products are there, and also you can interact with them. So this is a kind of a portal that we have built, and you can, like, interact and have a fun over there. And also, like, the tabs are there, tablets are there, phones are there. You can interact and have a feel that, yeah. Sure, definitely you can tap, you can, like, go over, and because it is a real-time thing, so you have to go over there and explore the whole physical thing in the virtual. So come over here if you want to have a feel. Yeah. Yeah, you can actually want to test this outside if you want to join there. No, this is the real time. So this is how it is going to face in the real space. This is all how it is going to look. So even the laptop you are seeing over here, if you will keep this over here, so it will cover the same size that it is going to cover in the physical world. And also, like, definitely. So that's why we have 3 kind of shops directly. So one shop is kind of a table, where even if you have a kind of small space over here, you can just open the table. Just give me a minute because it is detecting the plane currently. So yeah, table is here. So yeah, this table is rotating. Yeah, definitely you can, like, go over here, look at the product, how they are. So this is how it is, and it is like a kind of a mall. You see the table. Yeah, it is actually rotating. We have animated this thing. Yeah. No, currently not. Like, it is in kind of a mall that you are going in and the table is rotating. You can, like, explore there. Yeah. Definitely. I will show you how it will be going to try me also.
So question to you is, which tool set have you used for this?
Go over the pitch deck. Tech stack.
And what was the square footage of this shop in your virtual world?
Sorry?
What was the square footage in the virtual world? You took a square feet. How big a shop?
You can consider like 3/4 of this room. So, yeah, this is our tech stack. And for AR environment, we are using Unity, AR Core, and Vuforia. For Vuforia, we are having that card tracking, like you can have image tracker over here. So what Vuforia actually does is, you can actually have a magazine of Bajaj Finserv. So in Bajaj Finserv, you can have a kind of magazine where people can hover the image, and the image will pop out with the AR animation, and it could explain what Bajaj Finserv is, what they are trying to do, and what product they are actually going to build through that. And with front-end and cloud, we have Flutter that we have built over the application. Go over the Flutter app. Yeah. Switch to the app. So, yeah, this is our Flutter app through which we are going. We have all the. So you are about to try me, and I will also show you about. Could you carry the mic? We just took this sticker from what you have given us. So we are going to use this as a marker, what we have told about the Bajaj Finserv thing. So as soon as you are going to place, and I will go over here and try the thing, that is, okay, let's give another try. No, it is like this only. I think some issues over there for the watch, but no worries. We will show you with the kind of a go over there. Yeah. But no worries. We will show you with the kind of just leave it. Yeah. We also have a kind of a that the one you have asked about the sofa. So this is all our living room. And you can like have the experience of the sofa is going to look in the living room, and it could actually cover the whole space and have the experience over there. So this is how we are going to integrate the try. One more thing, like we have asked, go over the problem statement. There's try and there's also buy. What about the buy? So for the buy part, we are not looking at the current scenario of kind of a UPI or and all. We are pushing little bit further with the NFTs. So when we are integrating NFTs with the try and buy, what it actually does is, we are going to convert the bill in the NFTs. So whenever you are planning to buy something, you can have an NFT over there and you can purchase of the digital asset, and even when it will be going to hold the value even after the 5 years, so that there will be no forgery of the product, and we will always know who is the owner of the product over the time. Also, but current scenario doesn't allow this. So we have a kind of both the integration of the shop. There is pay with GPay. So that is the current UPI. So you can have the interaction with the GPay. And that is, you can like pay over here if you want to buy this TV. Or you can go with the pay with NFT. So currently we are not having the wallet for our phone. So we will switch to desktop, because I have integrated wallet of NFT in the desktop directly. So go to desktop. Yeah. So this is our desktop, and as soon as you will go to buy button, your wallet will be detected. Go over there. Yeah. Your wallet will be detected, and you can purchase as soon as you will confirm the product, and you will have the NFT of your product right at your desktop. And also you can see that over the OpenSea, and have the feel that how your product is going to be over the 5 years and after the 5 years, and how this whole future of the try and buy is going to switch with the help of AR and the whole blockchain thing. Could you go over the slide again? Yeah. Yeah, future possible enhancement. When we talk about the future possible enhancement, the technology is vast. Even like I can sit over here and we can talk about this whole day. So like the world of mixed reality, when we talk about it, so it is like the shopping experience with the smart glasses and all, even the blockchain technology, and even the shopkeepers virtually. Even the VR shopkeeping can be created with the help of Oculus and all. And the gamification of the shopping experience could be enhanced from the e-commerce try and buy. So could you go? This is our team, Vedant Singh. We are open to the questions.
Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just a question to you. To manage this VR, what you showed. So you created a virtual world. I think you must have done it last night or something, because the videos didn't have the laptop in the front.
Yes.
Okay. So in the real world, if you were to feel this solution, how would you see this being operationalized and used?
Yeah. Over the current time, we have the technology of NVIDIA Kotlin. What it does is it takes a 2D image and converts it into 3D image. So even if the shopkeeper want to create his own shop's 3D image, he can just upload the 2D images of the shop, and in the cloud we can have the 3D image, and that could be generated directly in the e-commerce app, through which we can over-integrate it. And that also goes same with the products and all. So this is how we can shape the future of the e-commerce in the current time. Any other questions?
I think we had a good experience of roaming around the shop.
Yes,
right?
sir.
But I think when we say try and buy, it's more about the experience of the product.
Definitely.
So apart from the pop-up, do you have any other experience?
Currently we have integrated the watch part. Currently, because I couldn't get the better marker over here, that I got the sticker, so it is actually getting very hard to track the plane of the image. But as soon as we can have a better image tracker, we can have the better simulation of the watch, which what we are going to have. But if you could give me a little bit time, I can show you right here.
Okay, we'll want to see that.
Yeah, sure. Come. Give me the marker.
You can show after the next presentation also.
Sure.
So don't let the presentation happen. Yeah. If there is time, then you can come back and show that.
Any other question you want to ask?
No, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Team Debugger, please grab the stage quickly.
Good evening, all of you. So, it's my pleasure to introduce ourselves as Debuggers. We are here with Srishti Gupta, Chetan Sharma, and Smriddhi, Sumit Saini, and myself as Bhargav Sharma. So, we are here with our problem statement 5. And the problem statement 5 is that we have to calculate a mobile app credit score. Now, as you heard the name credit score, you might be thinking about a CIBIL score, which nowadays is very famous to calculate these things. So what can we think about that is that CIBIL score is directly proportional to our financial behavior. But we would be doing here is both the behavior and financial score. So we will introduce our product Venato that will calculate the credit score. And the meaning of Venato is in tracking in Latin. And why we choose this credit score statement? It would be very interesting to, as a customer, to know the. It would be very interesting to know the curiosity behind that, how the banks are calculating the credit score and all that stuff. And we have calculated the credit score in 2 parts, behavior score and financial score. Can you move forward? So in this, we have created some variables. First is SMS. Then in SMS, we will be checking the ratio of read and unread, that how much a user is reading messages and all that stuff. By that, we can recognize that how much a person is a responsible person. So this will add up to behavior score. And next is our call logs. And in call logs, we will check that how much duration he takes in calling, incoming, outgoing, and all that stuff. And third one is our apography. In apography, we will be checking that how much he spent his screen time on productive apps, non-productive apps, and we will be calculating his responsibility score. And fourth one is system information. And in system information, we will be getting two things, the model information and system updates. In model information, we can get the current version of mobile phone. By that, we can get that how much a person is financially strong, or if he has latest version, that means he's financially strong and he has a good source of income. So fourth one is battery. If in a day he's charging his phone regularly, that means he's responsible, and he's charging his phone regularly, that means he's responsible. That whole thing converges to behavior score. And second part is our financial score. In financial score, we will be again going to apography, but this time we will be checking that how much he's using fintech apps. These all Coinbase, CoinSwitch, and all this stuff, and these all will go to apography. And second part is our SMS. In SMS, we will be calculating his total credited amount, debited amount, using fetching messages regarding credited and debited. And also we will be including dues. In dues, we will be having some formats, specific formats, some keywords like pending, awaiting, dues, payment. If these all keywords are in a message, then we will consider that message in a due. And next part, Sumit will.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So, Bhargav gave a very nice idea about how it's calculated. Now I would like to show you a demo. Can you please put on the demo? Yeah, so अभी जैसे हमको पता है कि जब भी हम क्रेडिट स्कोर की बात करते हैं, we always say कि जिसका भी स्कोर बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा है, वो क्यों होता है? क्या कभी उसने पहले लोन लिया होगा, वापस पे कर दिया होगा? लेकिन अगर आप नॉर्मली भी देखें, छोटे शहरों में there are a lot of people जिन्होंने कभी आज तक पहले लोन ही नहीं लिया है. They don't have a major credit history. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is, in small cities, not everyone has a credit history. Like, not everyone takes loans and pays them back. So for that, we need an alternative way to calculate their credit worthiness, that will they be able to pay a loan. So that's what we are doing here. We are taking data from different data points. For example, this app is based on Android, and we have two base scores called a behavior score and a financial score. Behavior score tells how much a user is responsible. For example, for us, responsibility means if you are spending time reading your mails, if you're spending time reading your messages on LinkedIn, or paying your bills and stuff, that's productive. But if you are not, you are spending a lot of time on social media, like 2 to 4 hours a day, and 5 to 4 hours a day on social media like Instagram, Facebook and stuff, that will be deemed as a negative point for you.
Quick question, if you can cover it.
Yeah.
Will your score run on the device, or will your score run on the cloud or somewhere else?
No. It will be calculated on the device, and it will be, and since it's calculated on the device, the servers won't be taking that much of a load. And the plus point is, once you have calculated the score, we are sending this score, the main aggregated values, back to the server, to the company. And that data can be used by the company to profile the user and know their user base to a lot better point. So for example, now here you can see, we are using this person, our friend has behavior score of 91 and a financial score of 31. His credit score is 37 only. Now the reason is, for us, we are considering financial score to be a lot a lot more impacting on the credit score. Like we are taking a ratio of 90% and 10%. 90% we are taking about the financial score and 10% we are talking about the behavioral score. So now the company itself can vary these variables depending upon which is the use case of the company. So for example, if you take a look at my usage stats, you'll see I have a financial score of 0 and a behavioral score of 89 and a credit score of 8. Now the reason is I haven't been spending a lot of money, and just like Bhargav told us, we took a template called a due template, which will be how much I have pending dues on my account. So while testing, a lot of messages were sent to my phone to say कि मैं बहुत ज़्यादा loan लेता हूँ and I haven't paid them back. So that's why my financial score is 0 and my behavioral score is 89 because we have been working for the past 2 days on our app. So that's really productive. That's why our credit score is very low. It's not 0, but it's 8. But because of the 10% weightage that we are considering.
So you are reading, so you got the app.
Yeah.
And you're saying you're reading your messages, I'm assuming, for pays? For
yes,
due?
for the messages, payment messages.
You're reading it on your phone?
Yeah.
On your app?
Yeah.
Correct? And then you're calculating it?
Yes.
And then you're doing it. Okay.
Yeah.
And the apography also you're doing it? I mean, I'm asking how much of this is demo data and how much of this is
this is all the real data.
This is all real data?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is all real data. If you can rotate it. Rotate the apography.
This is of your phone now?
No, this is my friend's phone. Bhargav's phone.
So this is of your phone?
Mine, yeah. His phone.
This is Bhargav's phone, okay.
Yeah, mine phone is, I can show you my data. Now this is my data. Now for the apography data, we are taking for the last 24 or 48 hours. That depends what the company wants. We are considering 24 hours. Now, for the past 24 hours, which apps I have been using. And this is the types of call, like how many incomings, outgoings, and how many missed calls. Now, yeah. For example, let's assume you are a person who gets a lot of incoming calls compared to a lot of outgoing calls, and these incoming calls should be unique, and with uniqueness, they should not be from the operators like the robotic calls, because they can be filtered out because of the pattern of a number. So we are assuming this, that if you are getting a lot of numbers, if you are getting a lot of calls from unique numbers, you are a person of social importance around people around you. For the people around you, they call you a lot, you talk to them a lot, and not just like, for example, there can be a case where a person talks to a single person for 4 hours. Now that's bad, because the frequency of numbers he's talking to, the frequency of contacts he's talking to is very less, but the amount of time he's spending on talking is a lot more. That's what we are considering, that if your incoming ratio, like the ratio of incoming cost divided by the outgoing cost, if it's greater than 1, it means that you are more of a socially important person. Yeah.
What if I get a lot of junk calls?
Like for example?
Service provider calls, Tata, Sky calls.
So most of these
somebody else calls. I get lots of junks.
So most of the
loan from 100 people. 100 unique people call me.
So now that's a thing we have to work on. But in general, like if we talk about companies,
Behavior score is only 10%.
yeah, and moreover, a lot of things that like the organized sector who were asking you about paying your back loan, they have a specific number pattern, like their contact. They either it's a machine generated number, so they have a pattern, and we can filter that out.
So what I would like to see is, if you say that this is not junk data and you're trying to do it, can you show me the code afterwards? Not now, later.
Yeah, we can show you the code.
Yeah, just show me later what you've done.
Yeah,
what language where have you written the code? What language have you written it in?
Yeah, we are using Java.
Java on the phone?
Yeah.
On your app?
on laptop. Like we completed the app.
Okay.
It's an app.
It's an app. So all of it is built inside. Okay.
Yeah. So if we go about, if we now, I would like to get back to the PPT about the future, our future scope and the things that we faced while, challenges that we faced while creating this app. Like, I would like to go back a little. Yeah, these are the user stats of different phones. You can see the debit and credit amount, how much of a percentage you have amount of a debit and how much of a credit. This is for 60 days, like past 60 days, and all this data would be stored in a server. Can you like? No. This is the total. Yeah.
So you have summed up the amount and that's the ratio.
Yeah.
You're not keeping it on server, no? You said you're doing on the app.
So the calculation is being done on the app, but the data that we are collecting can be sent to a server. We are sending it to a server. It is a Firebase server. Can you like show the image? Yeah, this is the Firebase server.
These are different scores: app score, battery score.
The final score is going.
Yes.
Right? The final score goes there.
Yeah.
The computer score.
Yeah, and all this can be used to identify user behavior for the company for targeting a user for specific ads and stuff. Like how much of a user uses financial apps or something like that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
अभी कौन सा विनर्स ढूंढना है? मेरा मत करो, आप लोग करो।
आपका टोटल बता दो सबका। टोटल कर देना। हाँ, टोटल मैंने तो उसको एवरेज कर दिया है। यू नीड एवरेज टोटल। ठीक है।
मल्टीप्लाई बाय 2 कर दो।
हाँ, ओके। तो मैं कर देता हूँ।
अभी अपने को कितना सिलेक्ट करना है?
So this marks the end of the entire presentation series. Thank you to all the participants. It was amazing to see all of your hard work here. We will be having the rewards ceremony after 15-20 minutes. So we'll be having a break. There is a photo booth outside for you to all have amazing pictures and catch all the memories of this event. Please feel free to explore.
I've not done everything. I've just given raw scores. Add कर देना। Raw scores. Just 2 scores. One is the outcome. See, here, see. This. You got to add 10. ये 20 में से है, मैंने ऐड करके
Guys, please vacate this room. This has to be rearranged. So, apart from the jury, the participants, please move out of the room. Thank you so much.
Yeah, same thing. Mine is exact as per whatever you guys have done. You want a paper?
Take your seats as the show is about to begin. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I request everybody to please kindly take your seats so that we can begin with the presentation ceremony. First things first, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a very good evening. How are you guys doing? Very good evening. Thank you so much. Can we have some more energy from all the corners of this auditorium? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Thank you so very much. So before we begin, it's very important that we get energized. And how do we do that is, can we have both the hands up in the air, come on? Right? And what do is, we clap our hands as loud as possible. Thank you so very much. And this round of applause is specifically for each and every individual who's seated here, because you guys are not just mere ordinary youngsters. You guys are the creators of tomorrow, and this future belongs to those who see opportunities before it becomes obvious, right? And you guys are not just consumers of technology, but pure creators of technology, and you guys definitely deserve a very huge round of applause. So can we once again hear it for every individual in this room, please? Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Karan Kapoor. I'm going to be your host for this beautiful evening, which is the HackRx 3.0, which is nothing but ideate, co-create, and impact. Right? Before we move ahead, let me showcase the entire journey. How did we really start this beautiful journey? So can we have the presentation, the audio-visual played on this grand screen? Can we have a very huge round of applause for this beautiful journey? So we just rewinded 2 years and we saw what exactly happened in these 2 years, right? And we have today the wonderful opportunity to get together and celebrate this beautiful HackRx 3.0. And we are all together to celebrate this beautiful opportunity because I am here, you guys are here, and I am a part of this beautiful bouquet of flowers, right? So what exactly changed in these 24 hours, right? We've got 1,100 registrations. We had 10 problem statements, 541 pitch decks, which were reviewed by the problem statement owners. And finally, only 30 teams who made it to the grand finale of HackRx 3.0. So ladies and gentlemen, first things first, very important is today in this beautiful scenario that we are today, everybody is a winner. Nobody is a loser because you guys are the entrepreneurs of tomorrow. You guys are creators and not just consumers of technology. That's very, very important for you to know and acknowledge, right? We gave you 24 hours, and in these 24 hours of non-stop burnout, you created unimaginable outcomes of your running prototypes. And yesterday was day one, where the mentors were allocated, and there were multiple evaluations that happened. After the evaluations comes the grand finale day. That is today. Finally, the problem statement owners chose the best 10 teams that finally made it to the showdown. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to know who the winner is going to be? Are you excited? Are you happy? Are you waiting to know who the winner is going to be? Yes? Can I see that yes? Can I hear that yes coming from all the corners of this auditorium? People, you're excited? All right, who wants to become a winner today? All the teams? Who's expecting to be a winner today? Can I see all those hands up? Who's expecting to be a winner today? The hands slowly and steadily going up. I can see that one team absolutely confident कि आज हम ही जीतेंगे. That's the way it has to be. That's really superb. We love this kind of energy. Yes, ladies and gents, of course there is a competition, but there has to be a winner. And to give away the next set of awards, may I please request the very honorable Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj, the chairman and the managing director of Bajaj Finserv, on the stage to join us, please. Can we have a very huge round of applause for Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj? Thank you so much, sir. Before we move ahead, I would like to hand over the mic to you, and if you could share your words with us as to how do you really feel about this beautiful scene today.
Sure, thanks, and good evening, everyone. I think I can see a lot of sleepy faces, but understandably so. And as was just told, our HackRx 3.0, our first physical one after 2 virtual years post the pandemic. Let's hope it's post the pandemic. Great to see over 100 of you over here from the 1,000+ registrations, the 540 pitch decks. The top 30 teams are here today, and the last 24 hours has seen you guys coding. I must compliment the Bajaj Finserv, the team across our group companies also for the effort that they've put in to make this event happen. These opportunities, as I'm sure you know as students, this is not the first one that you're doing, are really opportunities to get a sense of what your post-college life is going to be. I don't think anybody over here is from the Government College of Engineering in Pune, but that's where I graduated from a few years ago with a mechanical engineering degree, and there were no such opportunities. From doing, any mechanical engineers here? Okay, but very few from the audience, but I mean, what we did was tinsmithy and blacksmithy and went into the boiler room. That was the extent of our real life experience. And that world has changed dramatically. Today, as long as you have a logical way of thinking, as long as you have that entrepreneurism in you, as long as you have that desire to work hard, to work smart, the opportunities are limitless. As you can see, you are all here coding for a set of problems for a financial services set of businesses. And I don't know how many of you have read about Bajaj Finserv, Bajaj Allianz, our startups, Bajaj Finserv Health, Finserv Markets. Otherwise, after you slept well tonight and you go back tomorrow, Google and look at these opportunities. And ask yourselves, are we a financial services company or are we a technology company? And you may realize that we are really one of those true fintechs that blend in the capabilities and the strength of financial services businesses, whether it's loans, whether it's life insurance, whether it's insurance for your motorcycle or your car, health insurance, but also a very high level of technology. And technology that runs across everything that we do. So technology from how our customers experience our products, our solutions, our service levels thereafter, and some of you all have done coding for that. Technology for our partners, from large retail chains that we work with to hospitals that we work with. And I think there was a hospital, I think, problem as well that was given. You will see our own employees. A lot of what they engage with is leveraged from what's on their app or on their computer. And then at the back end, everything that runs to make this happen, from how we use data to help us select better customers, to provide them with the right kind of insurance product or the right loan, the right ticket size, provided when they need it, to customers that are not able to pay on time. How do we identify which customer is not going to pay? We have algos that help us identify that. Which one needs an SMS reminder? Which one needs a phone call? Based on our experience with those customers. So there's a tremendous amount of work that goes at the back, and that makes this whole journey exciting. My first 10 years was spent at Bajaj Auto, a motorcycle company. Anybody here rides a Pulsar? So you can design a nice, beautiful Pulsar and get people like you to buy it. I could never design a nice insurance policy or a loan to get somebody to buy it just for that. So we had to leverage technology to make that process exciting, to make that process instantaneous. And that's what we do. We blend financial services with technology. And for those of you that are interested in experiencing that world, yesterday and today was just a very small glimpse of what we've done and what we continue to do. So, as was said, each one of you has put in tremendous effort. Congratulations to all of you. But of course, end of the day, there are a few winners in that which my team has selected. So let's move over to that.
Yeah, please stay with us, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the beautiful insight, sir. Thank you. With this, we move on to the awards and recognition ceremony, the time that you all have been waiting for. Yes, sir, we will be announcing the winners of HackRx 3.0. Are you ready? Boys and girls, are you ready? Who's the one who said no? All right, yes, I am ready. And everybody else in the room is. So, ladies and gentlemen, we start off with the second runner-up of the winner of HackRx 3.0. The second runner-up award goes to, the moment I announce your name, I request the entire team to please step forward with some amazing music by the DJ, and you guys run on the podium with a lot of excitement and keep jumping, right? The second runner-up in this space. May I please request Mr. Tapan and Mr. Devang to also join us on stage to give away all the awards, please. Thank you so much, sir, for joining with us on the stage. Can we have a round of applause for all the three handsome men on the stage, including me? So I'm the fourth one. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the second runner-up in the same category, HackRx 3.0, goes to Team Morton. Can we have a round of applause? For Team Morton, can I have the entire team walk with a lot of pride and excitement towards the podium, please? Many congratulations for being the second runner-up of the HackRx 3.0. They belong to the SRM College. Many congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for these winners? Come on. They've worked tirelessly to ensure that they'd stand here today with a lot of pride, holding this beautiful check of the second runner-up and the beautiful trophy. Well, the backbone of the team, the mentors, walking all the way the red carpet to join us on the podium. Once again, many congratulations, Team Morton. Thank you so very much. You guys can now take your seats. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Once again, many congratulations, Team Morton. Moving forward in the same category, the award for the first runner-up goes to... Anybody expecting this space? And I can absolutely sense this silence because everybody is expecting their name to be announced. Ladies and gentlemen, the first runner-up in the same category goes to XLR. Team XLR. These amazing entrepreneurs and youngsters from MIT College. Can we have a very huge round of applause for Team XLR? Congratulations, Team XLR. These great minds and youngsters all the way from MIT College. Yaar, taaliyan nahi rukni chahiye, guys. Can we have the loudest applause for these youngsters? And now let me give you a surprise. The surprise is the second space, that is the first runner-up, is shared between two teams. Yes, there was a very difficult decision. So yes, we've announced and we've decided to give this space to two teams because they equally deserve that space. So one more winner in the same category, that's the first runner-up, also goes to AI Overflow. Yes, they were expecting their name to be called, and I can see that happiness and smile on their faces. Team AI Overflow, can we have the entire team on the podium, please, along with the mentors? Just two-man army. Many congratulations, just a team of two members taking a lot of pride sharing the space of the first runner-up of HackRx 3.0. Simply ideate, co-create and create an impact. Many congratulations, Team AI Overflow. You deserve the space, of course. Congratulations once again. With this, we move on to the space that we all have been waiting for, the name of the winner of this great competition. We've worked tirelessly just to ensure that we get this space and get rewarded for the kind of hard work and the sleepless nights that we've spent. Yes, those smiles, those giggles will be fruitful once the name will be announced. And the winner is none other than Team Debuggers. Congratulations, Team Debuggers, for standing and being the winner of the HackRx 3.0. These great minds and young faces all the way from Chitkara University. Guys, can we have the loudest applause for the winners of this grand competition, HackRx 3.0. The future thought leaders and the creators of a wonderful tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Team Debuggers, the winners of this grand competition, HackRx 3.0. Many, many congratulations. Sir, we request you to please stay with us on the stage because we have the categorical awards as well. Right? So we will also be announcing the category awards. We've got 4 awards in the same category. And first of all, before even moving forward, it's very important to acknowledge the names of all the statement owners who've been with us to help us create this beautiful platform and helped us tirelessly. Very first name to thank, of course, Mr. Devang Modi, the CEO, Bajaj Finserv Health. Can we have a round of applause for him? The second name in the same category, Mr. Anurag Vora, CTO, Bajaj Finserv Health. The third name, Mr. Vivek Kant, Head Tech, Bajaj Markets. Last but not the least, Mr. Sham Sundaram, Senior Head, Bajaj Finance. Thank you so very much for all your tireless support and help. With this, we move on to the last category of awards. The first award in the category is Best UI and UX Design. And the winner is none other than Hex Code. Can we have Team Hex Code walking up the red carpet ramp and join us on the podium to receive the award? Congratulations, Team Hex Code, for winning the best design, that is the UI and UX. Congratulations, Team Hex Code. Thank you so very much. The second award in the same category, that is the Dark Horse as a category, goes to Team Nudge Fudge. Congratulations, team. Can we see that excitement running through the red carpet, joining us on the podium to receive the award? Congratulations, Team Nudge Fudge, winning the award of the Dark Horse. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for them, please? Thank you so much. Last two awards in the same category. Ladies and gentlemen, the next category is the Social Media Buzz Award. And the award goes to Cyborg Droids. Yes, can we have all those flashlights and the cameras on? The social media hunters, the champions, buzzing it all the way on the social media. The Cyborg Droids, congratulations team. Thank you, Team Cyborg Droids. Congratulations for buzzing the internet left, right, and center. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, the last award is the Larry Page Award for the Best Innovation, which is the very prestigious award. That's right, Larry Page Award for the Best Innovation goes to Team Sumo. Congratulations, Team Sumo, for winning the Larry Page Best Innovation Award. Thank you so very much. I request the dignitaries to please come in front so that we can have a one family picture together. Can we also have the other dignitaries to please join us on the stage so that we can have a group picture together as one team, as one family. Thank you so very much to each and every individual in this room. But let me tell you one more thing which is very important for everybody to know is today nobody is a loser. In life, we either win or we learn. Yes, we've learned a new lesson. And with this, we will come back again with the 4th edition of HackRx 4.0 very, very soon. Once again, thank you to all the stakeholders, to the entire core team, the mentors, the owners of this beautiful category awards, and of course all the students and participants who participated, who yes did not sleep for 24 hours and more, and you came on the dais to collect your beautiful rewards. So once again, congratulations. Apne aap ke liye once again, can we have the loudest round of applause possible, because this wouldn't have been possible without your participation. Thank you so very much once again. And I would want to come down and speak to you individually. Right? What has really changed in these 24 hours? Who's the winning team? Where is the winning team? With pride. Superb. So what do you think really changed in these 24 hours? What did you really learn? Apart from just coding, of course, you guys are future thought leaders, but what do you really think has completely changed in these 24 hours?
तो no, that's fine. तो लास्ट 24 आवर्स में जितना हमने देखा आसपास, जितने लोग ने इतने सारे अच्छे प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाए थे, वी वरंट रियली कॉन्फिडेंट कि हम जीत पाएंगे कि नहीं, बिकॉज जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हमने देखे दे वर लाइक फॉर अस दे वर लाइक ओवर द टॉप. सो वी लर्नड अ लॉट फ्रॉम अपार्ट फ्रॉम कोडिंग, वी लर्नड अ लॉट अबाउट हाउ टू वर्क एज अ टीम, नॉट ऑन कोडिंग बट different things, how to have fun, and it was really an eye-opening for me.
What is your good name? Arre, baitho mat. What is your good name?
Sumit Sani.
सुमित यार, मुझे एक्चुअली एक चीज़ है, मैंने बजाज के काफ़ी सारे इवेंट्स होस्ट किए. जब से मैंने इवेंट्स होस्ट करने शुरू किए तब से आप मेरे लिए कोडिंग करके कुछ तो ऐसा कुछ क्रिएट कर सकते हो जिससे मुझे बैंक का लोन नहीं चाहिए यार. मुझे बैंक का लोन चाहिए ही नहीं बजाज फिनसर्व से. मेरे 2 बैंक के लोन ऑलरेडी चल रहे हैं. कुछ ऐसा कोडिंग कर सकते हो कि मुझे वो मैसेजेस और कॉल्स आने बंद हो जाए.
हम जो करेंगे वो कंपनी को आपके पास पहुंचाने में ज़्यादा मदद करेगा. तो वो चीज़ है हमारे लिए.
तो मतलब लोन लेना ही पड़ेगा. और एक मतलब थैंक यू सो वेरी मच. एनीबडी एल्स हु वुड लाइक टू शेयर देयर एक्सपीरियंस? कोई है ऐसा यहाँ पे जिसको अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना है? हु द सेकंड रनर अप और द फर्स्ट रनर अप्स? वेयर आर यू गाइस? अच्छा मैं कुछ नहीं पूछूंगा यार, हाथ ऊपर कर लो. अच्छा मुझे बताना पड़ेगा अभी. लाइट यस, द 2 मैन आर्मी. मुझे ये बताओ यार, कितना मजा आया? अपार्ट फ्रॉम कोडिंग क्या नया सीखा? व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट टीम एफर्ट? मस्ती की, रात भर जागे. ऐसा क्या था जिससे आप रात भर जाग पाए? सबसे पहली बात तो ये रेड बुल तो अभी अभी मिली होगी.
Yeah, we actually had at least 3-4 cups of coffee and tea. So throughout the night, so that kept us, working throughout. And we actually got to learn a lot about each other, collaborate with each other, so that the chemistry which we showed on the stage, and we were very underconfident whether we'll be able to pitch properly or not. But then in the end, it turned out well. So that was a huge learning experience for us. And that's it from me. I'm Shubhanu.
Yeah, I'm Chetan. So my experience was like putting that 24 hours intensely on solving one problem can change many, just the way we think, the methodology we approach towards the problem, just changing the problem, changing the approach in the last way. So I literally learned technically a lot. And yeah, my friend, obviously, without him, I'm nothing. So he was the one who always encourages me. If I don't code, he just says, man, time is coming, please start coding. Otherwise, we'll be fucked up. So it's like that. So yeah, that's my experience as.
Did you ever feel that you were a very short number of team? मतलब आपके टीम में ज़्यादा लोग नहीं, ऐसा कभी लगा था? Did you get intimidated by the number of teams and the size of other teams? ऐसा लगा था कि शायद जीत नहीं पाएंगे क्योंकि हम लोग we were only 2 members. कभी ऐसा लगा?
So okay, well, me and Shubhanu have already participated couple of hacks. So when we participated in our first hack conducted in VIT by Honeywell, we just randomly applied. We just went and to just sit and see how the event goes. That's all. But soon when we just start conversing with having a chat with each other, we realized that oh my god, we can do wonders if we put all our brains together. And that's actually an advantage. If you have more team members, there will be multiple ideas and there will be a conflict between this. But here, he just does his part and I does my part and we just integrate it and deploy.
That's a wonderful thought process. That's really wonderful. It's not the number of people that's really important, but it's the kind of quality time that you spend together, you brainstorm, and how much value can you add together as one team is important. Superb. Can we have a round of applause for the winners? And where are the social media hunters? यार social media champions कहाँ हैं? सब भाग रहे हैं मुझे देख के. Social media champions. Okay, who's your guru? Who's the team champion here? Everybody is a champion, of course. Okay, let me ask you. यार मुझे ये बताओ, इधर आओ थोड़ा खड़े हो जाओ. What's your good name?
मुकुल गोयल.
मुकुल, कैमरा वहाँ है. अच्छा ठीक है. कैमरा पे पहले तो दिल पे हाथ रखो. बोलो मैं बहुत अच्छा कोडर हूँ.
मैं बहुत अच्छा कोडर.
और सोशल मीडिया के मामले में मैं कुछ भी कर सकता हूँ.
और सोशल मीडिया के मामले में कुछ भी कर सकता हूँ.
मेरे 10,000 से ऊपर फॉलोअर्स बढ़ नहीं रहे. मैं क्या करूं मुझे बताओ. रातों रात कुछ हो सकता है. मेरे इंस्टाग्राम पे, फेसबुक पे मेरे फॉलोअर्स बढ़ जाएं. कुछ कर सकते हैं हम.
अच्छी अच्छी पिक्चर्स अपलोड कर लो, क्या पता हो जाए.
क्या करूं मतलब साड़ी पहन लूं? अब क्या करूं? सूट बूट पहन के हर बार इतने इवेंट्स कर रहा हूं, फोटोज डाल रहा हूं. अब सिर्फ साड़ी पहनना या मेकअप करना बाकी रह गया. क्या करूं बताओ.
साड़ी पहनना और मेकअप करना कैन बी अ गुड आइडिया. आजकल रील्स पे काफ़ी फेमस हो रहे हैं. थोड़ा सा साथ में डांस भी करके दिखा देना, व्यूज़ बहुत अच्छे जाएंगे.
लगा दो यार, छम्मक छल्लो टाइप कोई गाना लगा दो, इधर ही ठुमके लगाना शुरू कर देते हैं, राइट? मिल जाएंगे थोड़े बहुत फॉलोअर्स इधर से। मेरा इंस्टाग्राम आईडी दे देता हूँ, कम से कम यहाँ से बढ़वा दो यार। बट दैट्स अ गुड आइडिया। तो एक काम करता हूँ, पहले इनका नंबर लेता हूँ, यू टीच मी हाउ टू डू इट, राइट? पहले खुद करके डेमो दिखाओ, मैं देखूंगा एक हफ्ता तुम्हारे फॉलोअर्स बढ़ रहे हैं कि नहीं, उसके बाद मैं शुरू करूंगा।
Coaches never play. I can teach you, but you have to perform.
ठीक है, I will perform, but you will have to teach me how to perform.
Yes, I will guide you how to perform. You have to learn how to wear a sari, how to do makeup. Do the makeup, wear a sari, and we also have girls in our team. They can teach you how to dance. They will show you how to dance, then final is ours.
तो ओवरऑल पैकेज है, मतलब कहीं फॉलोअर्स बढ़े ना बढ़े, इंस्टाग्राम पे साड़ी पहनने से हो जाएगा। सुपर, दैट्स अ वंडरफुल हैक। मेरे ख्याल से और कोई है, एनीबडी एल्स हु इज फेसिंग अ चैलेंज विद नंबर ऑफ फॉलोअर्स? यू नो द हैक नाउ। Well, what an insight. I think it's a wonderful learning opportunity for everybody else rather than winning or losing, right? And we also have a few more surprises, which are categorical awards, which we will also be announcing, which are last minute inclusions. So basically, I will be announcing the name of the teams who made it to the top 10, and they also deserve to be acknowledged and rewarded. So one by one, I will be taking the names of the teams, and I would request the entire team to please walk down all the way to the ramp and collect your beautiful reward. Right? Starting off, can I please request Team Phoenix to join us on stage? May I also request Anurag sir to please join us on stage to give away the next set of awards? And Mr. Vivekanand, please sir, join us on stage to give away this beautiful award. These teams really worked hard and made it to top 10. Congratulations, Team Phoenix. Can we have a round of applause for Team Phoenix? So please stay with us because we've got another 4 teams who deserve this award. We've got some more awards in the same category as well, please. Top 10 teams who've made it to the showdown, and they definitely deserve to be acknowledged and rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, the next team, I request Team Developer Brothers to please walk down the aisle and join us on the stage. Congratulations, Developer Brothers. Can we have a round of applause for Developer Brothers, please? Congratulations, team. Congratulations, Team Developer Brothers. Well, the next name in the same category, I request the team Chaitak Pro Max to please walk down the aisle and join us on the stage to receive this award. Well, the next team in the same category, may I request the team Horizons to please join us on stage and receive your award. The teams who've made it to the top 10 in the showdown. Congratulations, Teams Horizon. Well, the next name in the same category, I request Team Artemis to please join us on stage. Congratulations, Team Artemis, for making it to the top 10 in the showdown. Congratulations, Team Artemis. Last but not the least, the last name in the same category to please walk down the aisle and join us on stage to receive the award is Team Serendipity. Congratulations to all the teams, all the winners, all the participants for being a part of this beautiful ceremony. This is HackRx 3.0, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Team Serendipity. And thank you to all the mentors for guiding us throughout the entire journey. Thank you so very much. You guys can please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Well, the podium is absolutely open. I request everybody to either one by one, as a team, as a group, you can come on the stage and get a group picture clicked. I request all the teams to one by one come in so that you can have a group picture. In case, just in case if you want, the stage is open for you guys. We will be serving dinner for everybody. Yes, please do not forget to have your dinner. Enjoy the beautiful photo ops that we have created for you. We have to create a lot of memories and a lot of teamwork that has already gone. It needs a lot of memories again to be clicked. So we have the photo opportunities for you guys. Please do not forget to get clicked, create as many memories as possible. And we will see you once again at HackRx 4.0 very soon, coming your way. Till then, please take care of yourselves. Please use masks, except for me. Please use masks because it's very, very important. And we will see you very soon. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Have a wonderful evening ahead. My name is Karan Kapoor. We'll be signing off. And the stage is open for each and every individual to please climb up, take group pictures, and enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.